Meeting of the Waxahachie Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Please let the record show we have 5 trustees in attendance, and this meeting has been duly called, and notice that this meeting has been duly posted for time and manner required by law. At this time, the board will convene into closed session according to section 551.001 et sec of the Texas Government Code. It is now 4 p.m. It is now 6:03. The board will reconvene back into open session. At this time, I'll ask Mr. McCutcheon to lead us in our invocation, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance, the American and Texas flag by our Cherokee Charmers.
All right, let's pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity to serve this wonderful district. Please be with our staff and our students as we make decisions tonight that will hopefully impact their lives in a better way. We ask all these things in your Son's name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Our vision is to be a district where innovation thrives and growth is limitless.
We value choices because they make us unique and are critical to learning.
We value a collaborative culture that honors and supports all who positively impact the lives of our students.
We value an environment of belonging that respects individual differences and ensures equality for all.
We value relationships that broaden learning experiences and enrich our community.
Next item on our agenda will be our recognitions. Mrs. Bridges?
Good evening, board and Dr. Hollingsworth. We have a couple of amazing student groups to recognize this evening. I'd first like to invite Sean Cagle to come up and recognize our Cherokee Charmers.
Good evening, Dr. Hollingsworth and Board of Trustees. I'm very thankful to be able to come before you tonight and recognize our 61st line of Cherokee Charmers. They had quite a busy and successful competition season. I'll just go over a few of the highlights. Oh yeah. Oh. Putting everyone to work on this big, wonderful group. Just a few of the things that they achieved this year at the Burleson Centennial Showcase. They got several first place awards and Grand Champion, Classic Large Team Division winner. At the North Texas Regionals, they had multiple first place awards for teams and officers, including first team overall for the entire contest. At the Metroplex Dance Spectacular, they got the Gussie Nell Davis Award for team, officer, and elite areas, and then numerous other achievements. And then at Nationals, just recently, the American Dance and Drill Team School Nationals, they got National Champion Team Prop, National Champion Officer Hip Hop Super Team Division, and National Champion Elite Kick, Palm, and Open categories. And Mrs. Wilcox was Outstanding Director. So we're very, very proud of Ms. Wilcox and Ms. Claypool and all the work that they do with these young ladies, continuing the long tradition of the Charmers here in Waxahachie ISD. job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Ready? 1, 2. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
One last thing, Board. If you weren't already aware, but Ms. Wilcox was just recently installed as the parliamentarian for the Texas Dance Educator Association. So she's going to be working at the state level with 9 other board members to advance dance education across the state.
All right, and that is a group that knows how to line up for a picture. So next I'd like to ask our athletic director, Brian Rogers, to come up and recognize our power lifters.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Hollingsworth. We're here tonight to celebrate our student athletes who've qualified for the state powerlifting meet. These athletes have shown dedication, hard work, and grit. Our athletes demonstrated not just strength, but also sportsmanship and integrity. The athletes couldn't have achieved the success without the support of their coaches, parents, and community supporters. To our powerlifting team, congratulations on a job well done. At this time, I would like to recognize our female state qualifiers, Carson Adams, Lindsay Giles, and Zakiah Piper, and our male state qualifiers, Matthew Grant, Presley Rodarte, William Rowland, and Joseph Rowland, who placed third at the state meet in his weight class and also broke the regional record with a 655-pound deadlift. Congratulations, state powerlifters.
Great job. Thank you, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth.
Next item on our agenda is our open forum. This is the portion of the board meeting where the board receives input from patrons. Each person who addresses the board will have 5 minutes to speak on his or her issue. Because of posting requirements of the Open Meetings Act, board members will not ask questions of the patron nor answer any questions posed by the patron. No action can be taken on any issue presented during the patron comment section of the board meeting. Patrons addressing the board will be notified when they're approaching the last 60 seconds of their allotted time. When I call your name, please step to the podium and state your name and complete address for the record, please. And just for those that are speaking tonight, Mr. Rogers here will be your timekeeper. First speaker will be Meg Backish. please step forward and state your name and full address for the record, please.
My name is Meg Bakich. I live at 6715 Gulf,
City and state,
I
please.
was here-
City, state, please.
Dallas, Texas.
Thank you.
I was here last month and spoke to y'all about Amplify, warning you about it. And it seems that Waxahachie has been co-opted by an administration and school board who are not responding to the needs of children, but to the money carrot from a tyrannical TEA. Local control. The top of the pyramid of local control is we the people who elect you, the school board, whose employee is the superintendent. The superintendent works for the school board, and you work for the people. For all the teachers and parents that are watching this online, I encourage you to tell your students' parents about this bad curriculum. I know you don't feel comfortable speaking out, but tell the parents and encourage them to show up to fight for their own children. The government is run by those who show up. If they want their children to be smart, they need to be here demanding a tried and proven pedagogy that values teachers as the sage on the stage, not the guide on the side. Y'all have allowed your employee, the superintendent, to adopt a UN-aligned curriculum that has never been tried and proven successful. In fact, this year, some of Waxahachie's school children were guinea pigs in an Amplify pilot program for 6 months. There are no results yet as to its success or failure. And prior to receiving these results, I've learned that y'all have decided to adopt this across the entire district. So now every child in this district is a guinea pig for an experimental technology curriculum called Amplify. You know, there were 2 teachers that spoke here last month, and they mentioned a manual that they use, but I want to make it clear, since I'm assuming that none of you have read the bill to understand what Amplify is. It is a technology bill. It is written 50 times in it. It's not debatable, and I'm going to read exactly from it. It actually reallocates money, this is their word, switching to educational materials that are openly licensed, enables schools to repurpose funding spent on textbooks for other pressing needs, such as investing in the transition to digital learning. Do your parents and your teachers know that Amplify mandates 4 hours of additional screen time per day? And I'm going to read where it says that in the bill so that you all understand. This is not my words. This is what is stated in Amplify. Pre-kindergarten in subject areas related to English, language, arts, and math, and all foundational curriculum courses in kindergarten through grade 5 in a manner that permits the instruction of the content to be provided in an integrated manner for approximately 240 minutes of instructional time per day, including time needed each day for accelerated instruction. That is online. And the other problem is, when you had Judith Kaufman here speaking, she said that Amplify has been rebranded. It was rebranded when parents like myself and others met with Mike Morath and exposed how egregious Amplify was. So when they rebranded it, they didn't change the content, they just changed the name. It's still online, it's still dynamic, it can be changed at any time, and it still has bad content. OER, Open Education Resources, is mentioned 60 times in the bill. That is directly from the United Nations. They too have rebranded it as we have exposed what OER is, and it's now called Open Access Resources. And here's the other problem. In these high quality instructional materials online, character traits, SEL, CRT, DEI, whatever you want to call it, is embedded in all the academics. So if you go onto the Amplify website, which I'm assuming you all did to do your due diligence, you saw that here's what Amplify says. They're committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, DEIA, in the culture we build, the people we hire, and the products and services we provide for educators and students. You can go read more about this, but I just need to, I just don't understand if you guys have read this commitment. Do you understand Amplify shifts education from academics to DEIA? Are you aware that teaching CRT, which is DEIA, in Texas is against the law for K through 12? Have Waxahachie parents signed a document giving the district the power to teach their children diversity, equity, and inclusion? Have parents had the opportunity to learn about Amplify? Do parents know that their tax dollars have been shifted away from books and paper and pencils. The money carrot that's being dangled from the
10
TEA
seconds, ma'am.
in this grant, which is nothing more than a bribe, that is being used to adopt this, throughout your district.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Andrew White. Mr. White, please step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Andrew Wyatt, 1109 Panorama, Waxahachie. Good evening, board members, superintendent, community. When I was a little boy, my dad would often recite a poem to me, and all these years later, he's now 78 and I'm 45, and I still remember that poem. Over the years, there's been a shift in education, and those of us that have been in education a long time, we know this is true. The focus has moved from developing teachers to training facilitators. You see on your agenda tonight, where you are going to be asked to vote to extend new teachers to giving them 4 years of probationary. Back in the day, they had 1 year to get their certification. We are desperately trying to find qualified people. They now have 4 years to get their certification. We often hear people say it's about the kids. If it's about the kids, we need to put the best people in front of the children. For the last 6 months in this district, the focus really has been learning a product called Amplify. We now know that next year our elementary teachers are going to get burdened with another product called Eureka, and our high school math teachers are going to possibly get burdened with Carnegie. There hasn't been much talk, at least in public forums like this, about how do we improve the art of lesson design and lesson delivery, which is shameful to me as an educator. All of us in this room tonight are here because of the teachers, coaches, and administrators that poured into our lives. We remember those teachers, those coaches, those administrators that probably put up with a lot of our nonsense at times, but we knew they cared about us. We don't remember the products. We remember the people. It's important that we all be reminded that teaching is an art, and it's one that takes years to master. Not everyone can be a teacher, but most people can be a facilitator. And sadly, our central office employees who make these decisions seem to prefer the latter. Teaching is a gift given to some, and we need to respect that gift by allowing the teachers to use their talents, their ideas, and their creativity to deliver lessons, especially those teachers in our district who have been proven to be effective year after year after year. And this is why any budget put forth over the next few months that does not include at least a retention bonus for all staff members, not just teachers, all staff members, should be rejected. Because that's what I would do if I was in your seat. Every teacher, coach, and administrator in WISD has a story of why they entered into education. A few stories from our people here in our own community. One teacher worked in the daycare system and knew she wanted to become a teacher from an early age. One wanted to use his science background to pair that with a passion to make a difference in the lives of young people. Another teacher was inspired by her high school teacher and knew she wanted to become a teacher when she was a teenager. Another teacher in our district knew that she wanted to allow children to discover their God-given purpose, and she wanted to show love to her students. These are the teachers that we should all be fighting for. When we think about the work our staff does every day, it is simply remarkable. The WISD staff, elementary, middle school, and high school, and all the people that work outside of the classroom, they do more than teach or coach. They pour into the lives of every student, ensuring they have the skills needed to discover their talents and to pursue their interests beyond high school. To all the teachers and staff in this district listening tonight, let me simply say it like this. You are valued, you are needed, and you are heard.
1 minute.
May every student that attends Waxahachie ISD schools be able to truly say one day, like my dad taught me many years ago, great it is to dream the dream and stand in youth by the starry stream, but greater it is to fight life through and say at the end the dream is true. Thank you all.
Thanks, sir. Lynn Davenport. Step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Lynn Davenport, 7120 Copperleaf Drive, Dallas, Texas. I was here last month, and the last time I was here, I was speaking to you all as fiduciaries. This time, I know that you probably ignored what I said, so this time I'm going to speak to the teachers. And I know that there's a lot of you who are watching online, and I know as teachers, you barely have due process. Your profession has been demonized, marginalized. They have, libs of TikTok showing you as purple-haired crazies, and we can't trust you. So now we've got to bring in scripted lessons and curriculum that funds billionaires like Amplify. So I'm speaking to you because even though you don't have true collective bargaining in Texas because of the way that they've hamstrung the unions, you can use your voice behind the scenes. So I'm encouraging you to get rid of that wedge that's between the parents and the teachers. Most teachers are parents. They want what's best for kids. Teachers go into the profession because it's a calling. So my encouragement is to feed intel to the parents. Tell them this junk that you're seeing in Amplify, because you know they're going to adopt it. They're going to do whatever the superintendent says. It's reverse of what it should be. So use the parents as a tool. Get them the information and have them gather the parents together to fight this content, because once they see how poor the content is, then maybe they will stand up and represent you and be your voice, since you can't say anything because your careers will be on the line. You've got to put food on the table and feed your families. Also, remind them that Judith Kaufman from Region 10 lied and said that she said that Amplify Texas was different than Amplify. It's not. Go on the website. You can see it's the same thing. The TEA representative, Kristen Hull, who's now in HISD, but when she was at the legislature, she also lied. They rebranded it because they got busted because it's not good content. You can read it yourself if you've gone down that rabbit hole and read the lessons. They're not quality instructional materials. Parents, if you're watching online, ask a bunch of questions, probe. You have the parental rights to opt out of this. You do not have to make your kids use these devices and use this technology. You have the right to demand books, paper, pencils, and teachers to teach your children. Be a wrench in the gears, and again, opt out of this because it lines the pockets of those who do not care about what happens to our children. And you're fiduciaries. I will remind you again, you're fiduciaries. And even though this is free, grant money, it's state money, taxpayer dollars used to bribe you to adopt this, to do exactly what the commissioner wants. And the commissioner, remember, the commissioner wants to take over the districts. He does not want taxpayers to have a voice through the representative form of government. And I know you understand what I'm talking about based on your question that you asked last time. So that's all I have to say. I hope you'll do the right thing, but I'm pretty sure you won't. And so now we have to push back through the teachers and the parents. Push up from the ground. Thanks. Good night.
Michelle Wallace. Step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Michelle Wallace, 522 Wilson Road, Waxahachie, Texas. I'm going to hope that she is wrong, that y'all are going to pay very close attention to what's in this curriculum. I am not an educator. I am a grandmother. I am a taxpayer, and I'm a serious voter. And I want to say, you, Mr. Dr. Hollingsworth, have been hired with our tax money to do what is the utmost best for this school district. And all of y'all asked for votes from the people in this area to give you the accountability to get the very best for our kids in school. And I'm holding y'all responsible. If you put in this Amplify, and it is all the things that we think it is, y'all are going to be taken to task for what you've done. That's all I have to say.
Sylvia Colson. Step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Board. My name is Sylvia Colson. I live at 1315 Dixie Lane, Waxahachie. My first exposure to Amplify was just a few months ago when I was speaking against pornography in our school library books. Karen Jenkins, a well-respected, really good teacher who taught my children, came in to speak about this. She said that she could engage and teach without being told exactly what to teach. She said it created extra work for the teachers. She gave a compelling argument against Amplify. I'm married to Mark Colson, who taught for 43 years. He retired from WISD. He said he learned from experienced teachers and best practices. The education experts come in with constant change. They constantly redefine how we learn. What an essay is, for example. The experts would teach the teachers about the next new thing, the ever-evolving wonders. He would come home and tell me about the next new thing that the experts were telling him about. The experts. He's the expert, not these experts. Good teachers learn from good teachers and best practices. This is from Mark. He said, leave teachers alone. Let them teach. Let good teachers, not outside experts, guide the young and experienced teachers. Provide students with good books. Teach them how to read. Teach them how to write. Teach them how to speak. Don't sexualize them. Mark wrote recommendation letters for students that went to the best schools in the country, Harvard, Notre Dame, among the many schools, and these students were accepted to these schools. He taught them, and they were accepted, and he wrote their letters. I've also heard that teachers are concerned about things that are in the Amplify curriculum. They're concerned about 5 to 6-year-olds learning about anus and penis within the curriculum. They're concerned about demonic and pagan images within the curriculum. I don't have permission to share the names, but these are concerns from teachers. They say it takes away from their ability to be creative and differentiate lesson plans based on the actual needs of the students. So you've got this set curriculum, scripted curriculum, but you've got a student that needs something different, and they are not allowed to deviate to give that student what they need on that day. I know Karen Jenkins spoke to this as well. Teachers were sent a link to preview Amplify, but apparently no one can access it, even the administrators. So with 6 months as a pilot program, the data is not available to support this curriculum. So usually if we have a pilot, we do the pilot, we collect data, and then we use that data to determine whether or not to go forward. And apparently there's no data on this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I personally observed that Amplify included sexually inappropriate material. I've been told teachers can remove that, but I say, why implement materials that have to be screened for inappropriate sexual materials? Why financially reward an organization that puts this in the first place? Teachers are discouraged with all this micromanagement. I encourage you to reject this program and all other fillers and let teachers get back to basic education. Say no to Amplify. Thank you.
Mark Colson, step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Mark Colson, 1315 Dixie Lane, Waxahachie. Several times over the years, I offered to different principals to come speak to the board. They never took me up on it, so here I am this evening. As Sylvia noted, she didn't know I was coming this evening. I decided to come late. And so 43 years in public education, 20 with WISD here. I taught English for 5 years and was assistant basketball coach. And for 15 years, I taught AP economics, U.S. history, AP U.S. history, and dual credit U.S. history. 50 years ago in college, I learned early on that good Good teachers were developed from exposure to good books, and students were developed by exposure to good books and to good teachers. Not the latest trends that were coming from the university or coming from the state education department or coming from the National Department of Education. And so I saw all of those ever-changing education strategies, that constant demand for change. I constantly study history, and one of the things that I study is communism. The other day, I looked, I'd never read Mao's Little Red Book. And if you go to the Little Red Book, you'll see that one of the things that happens every year, according to the CRP, or the PRC, is a review and constant change. There is no enduring, recognizable truth that is followed. And so that's a philosophy. Now, I don't take that philosophy, and in the introduction of my course, I recognize that with all my students, that I do recognize certain enduring truths about the subject that I teach in regards to the nature of man that are stated in the Declaration and recognized in our Constitution. And so I started on that basis. And I would say to you that you need to push back. You need to recognize those enduring things. That students need to learn to read, and they need good books. We got caught up a number of years ago in being devoted to technology and personal computers and all those things. It's a distraction. It can be used. It can be helpful. But good books are what our students need. They don't need books printed in China. They need books with solid information and good visuals. And they need it to be made accountable by being evaluated in their exams and in their writing to show that they are conversant, that they have read. And I held my students to that accountability. It works every time that it's tried. Reading, writing, multiple opportunities during the year, regular opportunities to write, to show effective use of the language, to write a coherent paragraph, to write a coherent essay, to make a coherent argument. Your students are not coming in with that knowledge, and they cannot do it. My home school grandchildren can. They're doing it for me, and they're doing it better, sadly, than some of the students who were qualified to take the dual credit course just a few years ago. Write a simple sentence, write a coherent paragraph, write a standard essay. It's standard. It's standard. It can be done. It's demanded by the best schools. I taught some of your kids. You know this. We need to get back to the solid.
10 seconds,
they need
sir.
opportunities to speak. They need opportunities, multiple opportunities to speak to their classmates, to speak to me, to speak to their guests.
Thank you, sir.
Every time I came, principal came to
Mr. Colson, your time is up, sir. Our last speaker will be Megan Wheeler. You step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, board. My name's Megan Wheeler. I live at 414 Foxtail Court, Waxahachie, Texas. Hello, train. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I have two students in the district, one in elementary school, one in junior high. We love Waxahachie ISD. My kids were born and raised here. I was not. I grew up in San Antonio, a very large school district. And so I wanted to talk tonight about the 3-tier start proposed for next year. I grew up in San Antonio. We had a 3-tier start there. It's fantastic. I love it. What I am concerned about for next year is the proposal of who starts first. So while I support 3 different start times for our elementary, junior high, and high school campuses, I don't believe that junior high should start first. One of the concerns raised at the last school board meeting was having young students standing at the bus stop early in the morning. The proposed start time of 7:30 is only 10 minutes earlier than our elementary school kids start now. We also have buses that arrive to elementary campuses so early that they are waiting for the campus to open the doors with students still on board. If campus opens 10 minutes earlier, those children are no longer waiting on the school bus for campus to open, with theoretically not a lot of disruption to the bus cycles. That's not my job, that's your guys' job. So, also, my husband and I both commute into Dallas. We're a 2 working parent household, and a new proposed start time of 8 a.m. with a campus opening at 7:30 for elementary is problematic for us, for our young students. We can drop him at 7:30 on campus, but there's no way we'd make it to downtown Dallas by 8 to be on time for work. Another point made for starting high school later was teenage circadian rhythm, 100%. But I would also agree that preteen circadian rhythm is just as important. I have a 7th grader in my home, and anyone who's ever had a junior high student will likely agree with me that their bodies, brains, and attitudes change wildly on the daily. They're being flooded with hormones and growing into adult bodies. They need sleep just as much as their high school counterparts. My 7th grader is an athlete on the junior high tennis team, which is a year-round sport that has the same coach for junior high and high school. Currently, junior high practices in the morning and high school starts in after school. Typically, our junior high practice starts at 7 a.m. and they arrive back to campus during first period. If this stays the same and junior high now starts at 7:30, our junior high kids are arriving on the courts at 6 a.m. and cross country runs at the same time. Also, with those kids being bused back to campus at 7:30, 7:45 for first period, they would interfere with the elementary bus times. Some would suggest moving the high school team to the morning and the junior high to after school, but we've also mentioned that there was difficulty getting practice to start after school in the fall because of high heat and new safety regulations. If the junior high kids are sent home after school and then brought back at 6 p.m. for practice, as Coach did for the high school team this last fall, they would finish practice at 8, need to get home, dinner, shower, and in bed to be on campus before 7:30 the next morning. This also leaves no time for extracurricular activities. Some of our junior high kids are still playing club ball, they go to church, and those sorts of things. It doesn't leave time for that. Balance needs to be found, and I would suggest switching proposed elementary and junior high start times. Start elementary at 7:30, start junior high at 8:05, and high school at 8:40. I believe that would work for the majority of Waxahachie families.
1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have. So I just hope you take your time to make the decision.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda will be our reports. Oh, I'm sorry, but did you have something else?
Oh, yeah, I did. I did want to clarify regarding the notion that we're putting teachers on fourth year of probationary contract. There's one instance of that, and that was specifically by principal request, a new principal, and asked to make that one exception. It's not the general practice. So, thank you. Indeed.
Okay. Our next item will be reports. Be our superintendent's report. Dr. Hollingsworth.
No, sir, we went out of order on that one. We're going to do STEM education first. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about that, sir. It's here. Look, it's on that updated version. I apologize. Right there.
Okay. Informational report on current practices and opportunities at STEM education and students' spaceflight experiment projects throughout WISD.
Yes, sir.
Sabity.
Good evening. Our innovative support team not only
serves our teachers in WISD, but also our students, their families, and all staff on all campuses. We are happy to share this evening some precious moments captured by photos as we give some updates on STEM education in WISD. We are proud to say that in WISD, we have 125 teachers who have completed their National Certificate for STEM Teaching through the NICE system platform. As a whole, our district has contributed to 12,500 hours of professional learning that directly impacts instructional opportunities for students in our classrooms across the board. These teachers and staff members have conquered 4,750 STEM indicators that also impact daily opportunities for students to layer in that STEM piece into their learning. 57 additional certificates are in progress throughout our district. We are thrilled to have the opportunity as the Innovative Support Team to offer professional learning in-house to our teachers and administrators across the district in our deep dive days on the January 3rd through 5th and February 7th PD time. STEM education is thriving in WISD as all classrooms have open access to training, coaching, and materials for STEM education. Tonight, we have our friend Normel Gilliam here from Turner Pre-K as a principal to share with her experience in our learning.
Good evening. In January, pre-K teachers and staff had the opportunity to attend Literacy with a STEM Twist during the district deep dive days. Ms. Abedy and her team developed a training specifically designed for early childhood and how with just a few small modifications to the current curriculum, teachers can spark curiosity and students can explore the foundational concepts of science, technology, engineering, and math through problem-solving inquiry. Ms. Abedy and her team presented a variety of hands-on activities and manipulatives that are readily available for them to check out and use in their classrooms. With our pre-K teachers recently earning their NICE certification, they jumped on the opportunity to check out items such as the Spiros, jumbo straws and connectors, and the Dash robots. Due to this opportunity that they were given, we have seen a growth in student risk-taking and problem-solving skills.
The think tanks at Northside and Dunaway are a new service that we are able to offer to students and librarians here in district. This year, our team fully designs, creates, and implements 36 of these stations that layer STEM education and literacy together for engaging learning opportunities that each student on these campuses participates in once a week. Each 6 weeks, we change out the stations to connect that STEM piece with that literacy piece to make sure that our students are growing and layering in their learning and problem solving. Today, we have Ms. Tammy Hill from Dunaway as she serves as one of our librarians in a think tank.
Hello, everyone. I'm the librarian at Dunaway Elementary, and I know I also speak for Stephanie Haynes, who's the librarian at Northside, and we have enjoyed and are grateful for the opportunity that Melissa and her team gave us to use the think tank activities. Of course, you can see how they promote creativity, but also I've seen a lot of persistence and determination and skills like that too, that they don't realize that's helping them in their classroom when they're using those skills to build something or create something. And truly, even, kindergarten all the way through 5th grade, they love building and engineering a different creation with all the different tools and options that they have with the think tank activities. And so we've really enjoyed the opportunity. Also, it gives students an opportunity. Maybe they might not be the strongest in their academics yet, but now they can be strong in some kind of engineering, a creation or something. And so that's really been enjoyable to watch. So thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
And librarians like Ms. Hill herself are the ones who create that climate and those spaces that allow those students to be those risk takers and problem solvers. So big kudos to our librarians. This year, Simpson Elementary has started a STEM lab as a class from one of their rotation specials. Elizabeth Rubio is doing a fantastic job at Simpson integrating STEM challenges, coding, and robotics into the rotation schedule that every student gets to visit once a week during their specials time. The students are lined up at the door each time I've been there, waiting eagerly to get in to this cool space, wanting to know what is next for their challenge for the day. The STEM materials from this lab were purchased through grant funds from the Education Foundation. WISD staff count on us to help them to be able to have the materials that they need for this type of learning to be layered into their classrooms. So we have a STEM checkout system that's available to all staff, including non-core content staff. We have lots of specials teachers and other specialists on campuses who check out our materials and take them back and use that with their students, and we encourage that. The majority of the things that come from our checkout system are also purchased with grant funds that are secured locally and actually far away as well. We love to share our STEM story with others, what we're doing here in Waxahachie ISD. That helps us. So we'll take a small crowd, a large crowd, a big room or a little room, and we'll tell our story. And in doing so, we actually learn something from our audience every time with feedback and connections. And that's how we're able to continue to grow and keep dreaming big in this area. The Loo is a cool system that is in place in Dunaway, Wedgeworth, Shackelford, and Marvin gyms. This is an experience that offers students to combine physical activity with an academic content purpose behind it that works on teamwork and social emotional learning all combined at the same time. And the teacher is able to go into the platform and create their own content, or there's a whole bunch of content there that's already ready that covers our TEKS. And so that connection with physical learning and core academics is at its all-time high right now in these PE classes. All of our 6th grade students across all 3 junior highs this year participated in our Student Spaceflight Experiment program. It was such an honor to host the top 6 teams, their families, their teachers, and their administrators for a night of celebration last semester. You could not wipe the smiles off these students' faces from the moment they walk into the door until the moment they left. We celebrated their commitment, their teamwork, and success in the Student Spaceflight Experiment program. These students are trailblazers not only in WISD, but beyond. In Waxahachie ISD, we are proud to live out our vision to be a district where innovation thrives and growth is limitless. SSEP is about a commitment to student ownership, to exploration, to science as a journey, and to the joys of learning. We are among the 38 communities worldwide who are able to offer this learning experience to our students. Following the celebration, we were honored to host a community space night for our entire community to attend. SSEP team projects were presented by students, patches were on display, and Global High School was full of hands-on learning opportunities for all ages. Thousands of students and their families flooded the building and were eager to learn and celebrate even on that rainy night. This evening we have Coralie Holloway from Howard Junior High and Missy Domney from Waxahachie High School, along with Debbie Davis and Charlie Jones from Wildman to talk to you about their experiences with SSEP.
Hi, my name is Missy Domney, and I teach science at the high school. I've been there for 6 years, and I want to thank you, Dr. Hollingsworth, and the board for the opportunity to provide this to students at the 6th grade level. I also teach 6th grade accelerated science, IPC, so these students are getting high school credit. Not only are they taking a science class for which they will receive high school credit, as 6th graders, these students are doing high-level research to not only just come up with an idea that they want to see go up into the space station, but to actually design the experiment and write the proposal to present to a board or a panel who's going to make that decision. It has been amazing. They have been so impressive. They have far exceeded anything I expected of them. And I brought one of my students, Coralie Holloway. Her team's project was actually one of the ones that was selected, and it will be going to the International Space Station when it launches. So tell them a little bit about your project.
Hi, my name is Coralie Holloway, and I'm a 6th grader at Howard Junior High. I was asked to talk about SSCP, and also known as Student Spaceflight Experiments Program. Our project is on cucumbers and if they can thrive in microgravity. We chose cucumbers because of their health benefits and the research we did on them. Some of the research that we did was if they could germinate without sunlight or air, and both of those were positive. They could both survive with sunlight or air. We also thought about if they were edible, or if they could, if they were edible and if they could be eaten in space. And cucumbers are very healthy, and multiple people enjoy them. And so we thought, through this experiment, we hope to figure out if cucumbers will be able to grow and thrive in microgravity.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Debbie Davis, and I would like to introduce this amazing young lady. This is Charlie Jones, and her space patch was selected as the pre-K through 2nd grade winner to go up to space, and so from Wildman, and so we're very, very proud of her. First and foremost, I want to say thank you all so much for this opportunity for all of our kids. I know it was really focused on our 6th graders, but there is the art piece, the A in STEAM, that was presented to every student in the district. And so at Wildman, I actually had all of our students create a space patch, kindergarten through 5th grade. Obviously, with the little ones, we did a little more guided drawing on some of this stuff. But then, and it was narrowed down, I narrowed them down, and then there was a group of teachers that selected. We were able to take 3 pre-K through 6, or pre-K through 2nd, and 3 3rd through 5th. And they were put into what I understand to be a very transparent voting system, and Charlie here, she was selected. But one of the greatest things about this is that not only did my kids get to learn, I got to learn. So I didn't really know anything about space. I had no idea what space patches were. So I just want to give just a very brief, I know we've got time, there's a time limit, but I just wanted to let you know, starting in 1965, they started with these space patches. And it came about because there were a couple of astronauts that were former military, and the patches were a very big part of military and their units, and they said, we need to start coming up with something. And so the very first space patch that was created was in 1965 with the space launch of Gemini 5. Okay, and so and it's henceforth every single space mission, whether it's to space or to the International Space Station, they come up with their own patches. And that's one of the first things they do. When they're selected as a crew, they sit down together. They talk about, color and shapes and what they want. And sometimes they do it on their own. Sometimes they bring in graphic designers. But so anybody involved with that particular mission is given a space patch. Now for the International Space Station, which this is focused on, they actually have 2 patches, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but at any one time there's about 6 astronauts that go up for about 6 months at a time. So their missions overlap. So they will have 2 patches. And so it's just one of those things, but it's a at the very beginning of, as they're assigned as a crew, they work together, they come up with their patches. I highly recommend everybody to go research it, because it's really super cool. And so the fact that we have students that not only are sending experiments into space, but then they get to be a part of this process with the patches, I feel very honored and privileged to have been a part of it. And I thank you because I learned something, which I love. And I hope that it's something that Waxahachie continues in the future. I definitely talked about it with my 5th graders and said, hey, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe this is something you guys can do. I do know that there were a few Wildman students. There is one Wildman student that she's on the team. So anyways, it's a wonderful opportunity. And I just appreciate it. And I love the way you have put your resources in and, you know, just, you know, the STEM, but more importantly, the STEAM. You know, hey, it's all about STEAM. So anyways, thank you very much and have a great evening.
We will continue to dream big in this arena as we work towards the 24-25 school year and beyond. That concludes our updates for STEM education and WISD. Do you have any questions?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay.
Good work.
Well, we're here with some more key pictures for you to look at of behind-the-scene things that are happening throughout our district as we update you now on GT and advanced academics in district. And we have some more friends joining us tonight. We are lucky tonight. We are excited to announce all 4 core areas of study for our AP courses have an increase in the number of students who are taking AP exams at WHS, leading this year to be our largest group of AP testers. Last year, our students took 606 exams, and this year we are set to take 970 exams with a 60% increase. Last year, 352 students tested, and this year, 484 students are testing for a 37.5% increase. We are also very excited to offer the new AP Seminar 10 course to our sophomore students for the first time in the 24-25 school year. We're preparing for that now. This course will allow our 10th grade students to enter and enroll, test, and earn that college credit a year sooner than our choices have offered them in the past. This semester, 493 of our students moved from phase 1 to phase 2 of GT testing. We are in the process of compiling the data from the profile sheets, and this list will be released to campuses and names sent to families for those who demonstrate a need for these GT services very soon. We also have a WISD record-breaking number of kindergarten students this year who qualify for services. This year, we have 33 kindergarten students across the 9 elementary campuses who started working with Mrs. Ballard, our GT coordinator, the first week in March as they show a need for these services. Last year, we had 11 students qualify in kindergarten. In 2022, it was 6 students qualified in kindergarten. And before using the NWEA MAP test as our universal screener, each year in WISD, as far as I can go back, we would have 1 or no kindergarten students qualifying. So we are doing a much better job at finding these kiddos who need services and getting them into that path much sooner. The WISD GT population has increased from 8.1% from last year to 8.7% this year, and that does not include the number of students who are moving into the program from testing this year. Our Texas state average is 8.2%. Acceleration pathway. Our 6th grade cohort of accelerated math and science students are moving and grooving in classrooms across our district. It seems like only yesterday we were welcoming these students to this new pathway opportunity that started in August. Next year, this 6th grade cohort of students will be moving into their 7th grade acceleration courses. They will move into pre-AP Algebra 1 for high school credit as 7th graders, and an accelerated science course that compacts 7th grade and 8th grade TEKs to prepare them for pre-AP biology for high school credit as 8th graders. We are super excited to say that we have our 2nd cohort of students who we are preparing now for that start in 24-25 August. These are 64 students who are, with a breakdown of 24 of them taking both the accelerated math and science courses, 14 are in the accelerated math only, and 26 in the accelerated science only. These students will take accelerated math that covers 6th, 7th, and half of the 8th grade TEKs in one school year, And for science, these incoming sixth grade students will be enrolled in the IPC, the Integrated Physics and Chemistry course for high school credit, as Ms. Domney was just talking about. And she's going to come back to the podium tonight with her friend Janak Terrero from Howard Junior High to share about their part of the acceleration pathway.
Hi again, I'm Missy Domini, and not only do I teach sixth grade accelerated science, IPC, I also teach pre-AP chemistry to sophomores, and I teach AP physics 2 to seniors. So I love the opportunity that I have now to see these sixth graders, and I'm kind of thinking, what do I want these kids to know when I see them when they come back up? And I'm kind of making sure that I cover that. This has been, I've had the best time this year. I mean, I start my day every day with 27 sixth graders, and they are full of energy. They're there waiting on me. They're there before I am, waiting on me. Attendance, not an issue. Work ethic. These kids are driven, they're fun, they're silly, but they are also very, very, like I said, driven. They have high goals for themselves. And it has been a dream to teach integrated physics and chemistry to these students. My big thing is, by getting them exposure to this class early, like this, where they're getting high school credit, that just expands the potential for growth that they are going to have between 6th grade and 12th grade. There's so many opportunities that are going to be available to them because they're already getting these science classes now. And so I brought with me Janak Terrero. Love this kid. He is so great. And I wanted you to get to meet one of our kids that we have in there. Go ahead, Janak.
IPC has been a wonderful experience for me and my classmates. And this class has let us do things that we might not be able to do until later in our education. And I wouldn't imagine that I would be doing physics and chemistry in 6th grade. And this class is a wonderful opportunity, and I'm so glad to be a part of this.
And before acceleration in elementary level, we have math telescoping. And we are excited as we will soon meet with 157 families across the soon-to-be 10 elementary campuses to share about the opportunity for their students to participate in a math telescoping program. This telescoping program will be offered at all 10 campuses for the 24-25 school year, and the students are invited to phase 2 of testing based on the combination of data from their MAP, NWEA MAP, and their STAR data. Those who qualify to move to phase 2 will have the opportunity to take a credit by exam in May, and those who score 80% or greater on that exam in May will then receive state credit for their current 24-25 school year math course, and we will telescope them to the next grade level for math instruction on a daily basis at their individual campuses. This is so exciting for us because we know that this opportunity for these students who need that is a way for us to match the rigor and pace of instruction to individual student needs. Our GT Family Nights continue to be a favorite night of the year for our team as well as our families. This year we kicked off the first semester. Downtown Waxahachie was like a takeover down there. Our theme was We Love Waxahachie ISD, and they participated in a goose chase as family and friends come together, and we had our students in our GT program who were entertainment, as well as community members who came out and were participating in the goose chase itself with door prizes and just being there and being a smiling face and helping us out. And so we are super excited to kick off our year that way. At semester, we also had a GT Family Night where we supported our Waxahachie High School Theater program as they presented the best Christmas pageant ever at our Texas Theater downtown. And each night, these students were so great to stay after and have a special VIP meet and greet with all of our GT students and their families that were attending each of those performances every night they were live down there at the Texas Theater. So we love that collaboration. This year, we were able to come up with a new way to serve students as they are at home, not even with us during the school day. So something to reach into their homes and for them to do with their families. We have 200 students and even a wait list in the background of those who participate with a monthly, I wish it was weekly, a monthly GT backpack program. So they show up at the TLI building and we have a clear backpack and it's full of enrichment activities that are based around a theme that are all hands-on and engaging opportunities that tie together. And then when they come back the following time, they bring us their empty backpack and we have one filled ready for them to go for the next round of activities. And tonight, Camden Sierra is here to talk to you about some things he likes about the backpack program.
I really like the GT backpack every couple of months throughout the school year. My sister and I were super excited to see what each one contained. My favorite was the Bluetooth speaker I got to build when the backpack theme was sound. I think my sister's favorite was the edible food we got to create and try with the taste theme backpack. I enjoyed learning about all the different themes based on our 5 senses. I used my solar eclipse glasses from my last backpack based on sight just yesterday to view the eclipse. Thank you, Waxahachie ISD, for this fun experience we get to enjoy throughout the year.
Destination Imagination is a big heart to a lot of those here in WISD. This year we have 18 teams across the district who will compete in tournament competitions, and we've already had 2 teams who are moving to the state level this year, and so that's a big celebration. And actually, Camden Sierra is on one of the teams who are moving to the state level for the 2nd time in a row. Our fabulous GT coordinators, Joy Cook, Sarah Pickard, and Sabrina Ballard, host elementary GT brain stretch sessions during lunch times and after school for our GT students to come and participate together. During this time, if you walk in, you would see cross-grade level students working together on activities that focus on collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and communication. Luke Wary from Clift is here to talk to you about some of his brain stretch time.
I look forward to the brain stretches because they are fun and they challenge me more. And probably my favorite one was the STEM challenge magic magnets, where you would take magnets in an animal and you would tape them together, and then you would race your friends. And I liked it because it was like a trial and error. And so if you didn't get it once, you had to try again. And on one of the GT brain stretches, we made a DIY toy, which I brought. Whenever you turn it, it goes up and then down. And also on the same day, we did drill art, which allowed me to be creative. And after I finish one brain stretch, I can't wait till the next.
Awesome job. We have GT Tribe Time Troop for the junior high students at all 3 junior highs. At this time, students work with Miss Smithy, who's the guru of all cool learning experiences, and they explore, learn, and create to focus on those 4 areas of collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and communication. These groups are often so engaging that if you're there, you might see a teacher pop in and slink into a table spot. We have custodians visit each time we're on campus there too, and even assistant principals can't help but join in on that learning that's looking so fun for those students. Our team works with our GT elementary cluster classroom teachers to ensure our students have individualized learning plans for all GT kids kinder through 5th grade. Students set academic and social emotional learning goals on these plans, and we track their progress as well as how they are showing their learning is being differentiated to meet their needs in the areas of content, process, product, and learning environment. These plans help ensure that we have a good check-in with our students, that they know what their goals are, and that we are able to communicate all of that to our parents each 6 weeks to make sure that we're keeping our students moving forward at an appropriate pace.
Just like our STEM friends, we love to tell our story in GT from Waxahachie ISD as well. This year, our GT coordinators presented about our advanced learning plans at the Texas Association of Gifted and Talented Conference. They did such an outstanding job that many other districts are inquiring how they can start this process and be part of excelling on that part of the state plan as well. Each 6 weeks this year, we visit every campus and award one teacher a WOW award. We're working on that work. We're recognizing teachers for integrating the 4 C's intentionally into student learning opportunities, for implementing depth and complexity strategies for GT students on a regular basis, and for enriching students in a classroom where innovation thrives daily. This last round, we were also able to recognize some teachers who were going above and beyond, even outside of the school day. This year, we are super excited for the opportunity to partner with our district-wide counseling team. Each month, our GT team delivers just-in-time professional learning to this group of ladies during their monthly meeting. This has been a win-win for the counselors as well as the GT team together. Because of the network and relationships built together, we're able to definitely better serve our students at deeper levels. We are also proud of our work between our GT team and our dual language team as we are studying, researching, and working together to learn about identifying and serving our EB students the best way that we possibly can. Our district director, Linda Solis, is here to talk about that tonight.
Thank you, Melissa, for inviting me aboard. It's good to see all of you guys tonight. I'm excited to talk about this too. We informally started this discussions about 3 years ago, but we planned and intentionally wanted to have a group study about what are we going to do to meet the needs of our EBs, and that language is not the deficit of being an EB. And so we've been collaborating all this year. We've been having this book study with Mr. Day as well and with Mrs. Alaman. We've had great discussions. We've learned a lot from each other. We've bounced things off of each other as well. I think the best thing is that I've kind of discovered from this is that we're doing a lot of things right. And so there are some things that we need to tweak and we need to work on, but when we can collaborate the way that we've been collaborating, there's nothing but success that's going to come in the end. So we still haven't, with this plan, it's a 3-year plan that we've come up with, and so we're in the second phase of it, and so we're excited about where it's going to take us to the new level. Every time I go to a conference, I went to a national conference last week, and I try to get into a GT session just to see, okay, what's the new and upcoming thing? What are we missing across the nation? And so we're right on spot with everything. Like I said, the state's evolving, the nation's evolving on how to test and how to identify emergent bilingual students, but we're working together, and we're excited about how this is going. So thank you, Melissa, for allowing this, and your team. The whole team's been collaborating and working together, so thank you.
Awesome teamwork. Our GT Program Advisory Committee is so helpful to ensure that our team is doing the best we can to meet our needs of our students and actually listening to those who we serve. This committee is made up of teachers, students, parents, counselors, administrators, and community members. Their input is invaluable to our team. We are super excited to share with them the changes that we've made throughout our program for this year and next year at our next meeting Friday at noon. Here in Waxahachie ISD, our students work hard and we like to celebrate them big. You're going to see 3 events of pictures up here. One is our AP Scholar Celebration, another is our Leadership Student Field Trip, and the other is our High Five signs that were a new addition this past school year. For the AP Scholar Celebration, we love honoring staff and celebrating our students for their success. The AP Scholar Celebration and Breakfast allows us to kick off our year doing just so. Tonight, we have Caroline Scott and Avery Abity here to share about how they feel about being celebrated during this time.
Hi, my name is Caroline Scott, and I teach English at the high school. This is my 16th year with the district. I want to take a minute to thank the board and the admin team for their support of our AP programs. It's much appreciated. AP teachers work hard to fill gaps and reach high expectations that's set by College Board. The past few years, the district has provided incentives for both students and teachers, which is a wonderful acknowledgement of the hard work that is done in our classroom. During the fall semester, the advanced academics team hosted an AP Scholars Breakfast to celebrate these students who take these courses and also earn credit, college credit. Students also get reimbursed for this fee, which is a huge burden taken away from families, especially for those who have students taking multiple classes and passing these tests, which is awesome. Last year, the advanced academics team celebrated these kids with this field trip for the first time, and they're going to continue this again this year. Our kids are really excited about this opportunity, and it was an incredible event last year. Teachers were able to make connections with students who are not yet in our classrooms, and it was just a really great opportunity to build those relationships with these kids who are coming up and into our program. Students in advanced courses work hard and are often, they're in multiple things. They're in theater, they're in band, they're doing community service through their local churches and finding all kinds of ways to serve our community. So we really appreciate the hard work that they dedicate to the program and your support in recognizing them. Thank you. And on behalf of all of our AP teachers and our students. And this is Avery Abity.
Hi, my name is Avery Abity, and I'm a senior at WHS. I've been taking advanced courses for the past 4 years, and I'm absolutely positive that these classes have prepared me for success in college and for the next steps in my life. Being honored with my peers as an AP scholar is a memory that I will always remember. From the personalized quote on my slide, to the recognition on the stage, to the memory that I got to share the beautiful breakfast with my friends and family, I truly felt very accomplished and special that day. Thank you.
How great is it to provide opportunities to celebrate well-roundedness in our individual students who lead in the area of academics. This year, we're taking 390 students to Group Dynamics in Carrollton for our Advanced Academics Leadership Student Trip, because these students are committed to enrolling in 4 core advanced classes for another school year. This is a hefty workload all year long, and we want to celebrate them so big with a day jam-packed full of teamwork, leadership skills, mixed in with a lot of fun. Ms. Jennifer Foley and Macy Russ want to share a little bit about their experience on this trip last year.
Good evening. Boy, this is a fun night, right? Getting to see all of our kids talking and talking about their experiences with everything. Last year, I had the pleasure of going on our field trip, our leadership field trip to Lakeview Camp, and it was a fantastic experience. I think as much for me as it was for the kids. I left there with kind of a perma smile on my face and definitely ready to tackle the rest of the school year. Witnessing our students collaborating, problem solving, and learning alongside their peers was genuinely inspiring for me. WHS advanced academic students sacrifice free time. They dedicate themselves to meeting the intense academic rigor and workload to pursue these advanced academic classes. It's a lot of work, and they have to make choices along the way. They have to stop and say, do I want to go out with my friends and go do this activity, or am I going to stay home and study to meet the needs of my course? And they make those hard choices. Despite the hard work and personal sacrifices, the benefits are undeniable. Students in advanced classes are better prepared for their future endeavors and are far more likely to continue in post-secondary education past their first year. Watching students on the field trip engage in teamwork while tackling complex problems and enjoying moments of laughter was truly priceless. The leadership field trip provided a unique opportunity for growth, while also giving our students unforgettable memories. And that's what WISD is all about. So I want to introduce Macy Rust, who is one of my former advanced academic students. I taught her in AP Human Geography when she was a freshman. And now I'm proud to introduce her as one of our current advanced academic students, who is a great example of what our kids do at WHS.
Good evening. My name is Macy Rust, and I'm a junior at WHS. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. Last year was our first year to do a leadership field trip like this, and I didn't really know what to expect from it, but it ended up being much deeper than just having fun. It felt great to be rewarded for countless hours of hard work. I had the opportunity to bond with my classmates while participating in fun leadership activities while growing closer to them. Thank you.
Last summer, as we were eagerly awaiting to receive our AP scores results, we were ready to set out and deliver our first round of high five yard signs to our students who scored a 5 on their AP exams. Teachers who have students who have received that 5 on an exam also have high five signs around their door frame around the frame of their door in the hallway of the WHS for all to see there as well. We had so much fun being that prize patrol, taking balloons and that high five and knocking on doors to surprise these families and students on a regular summer day. And we're looking forward to that time in June this year. Last but not least, GT Summer Camp, which we're preparing in the background right now. We offer GT Summer Camp every year for kindergarten through 8th grade students, and this is a time that is a favorite for us all. When you enter the Coleman building, you're likely to hear giggles of excitement as they're learning or hitting that mark of where they need to be with a group of students that they're working with. And I often say when you walk into the classroom, you can actually hear their gears turning as they tell us sometimes, but my brain hurts. So tonight we have Penelope here from Howard Junior High to share about her camp experience.
Hi, my name is Penelope Guajardo, and I am a 6th grader at Howard Junior High. The past 2 summers, I've had the opportunity to attend GT Summer Camp. We spent all week long solving challenges, using problem-solving skills to get past obstacles. The first year, we did the first episode, and the next year, we did the second episode. I can't wait to see what surprises episode 3 is going to have for us this year. GT Camp is an amazing experience because it gives me something educational and challenging to do over the summer. This last year, I moved to a new school where I didn't know just a ton of people. But because of GT Camp, I was able to meet others going to my new school. And many of those friends ended up in my GT Camp, in my advanced classes. And now they're some of my closest friends. Thank you, WISD, for making GT Camp available for me and my friends.
I can't wait to see that camp report. That concludes our updates on GT and Advanced Academics for this year, and I'm just so thankful for you to allowing myself and my team to serve our students and teachers and families and community in these areas. So thank you. Are there any questions?
No, but I would like to say how thankful we are for you and your team. I mean, this was a wow presentation. It was so special to hear our kids and all the great things that you're doing, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next item on our agenda will be our informational update on the Mentors Care Program. All right.
Well, good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Hollingsworth. It's a privilege to be here with you tonight. This is our second year here partnering with you guys, and we're just so appreciative to be here. What I'll be doing with you is going over preliminary data that covers August of 2023 through May 2024, so it's a little bit less than 5 months of data, and we'll provide the district and the campus WHS with a comprehensive report that will cover the entire school year. I want to introduce our coordinator from Waxahachie High School. Ms. Stephanie Guerrero is here, and she'll be introducing one of your awesome seniors from WHS to talk about our program. Just a little bit about who we are. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We started in 2009 with 25 students and 25 mentors at Midlothian High School, and since then it's grown to 17 campuses. This year we'll serve around 750 students with about 700 mentors across 5 counties in Texas. And what we do is we connect struggling high school students with a caring mentor from your community. And I gotta brag a little bit on you guys, okay? If that's okay. First of all, the support we've received from Dr. Hollingsworth and from the campus has been phenomenal. I gotta brag on your kids a little bit because I visit 17 high schools on a regular basis. The students at Waxahachie High School, of all the schools I've worked with, they have amazing social skills. They're friendly, they're kind, they will engage you in conversation. At some schools, it's like pulling teeth to get kids to talk. I'm so impressed. My wife was a career elementary educator. She spent 32 years, last 10 as an elementary principal, so she's used to the littles. Ms. Guerrero was able to convince her to mentor at Waxahachie High School, and she has loved it. She's been so impressed with the campus and with the students there. So thank you guys for your support. To show you some program-wide stats, when we enter kids into our program, they come in because they're struggling with a number of issues. This is program-wide, but of kids who say that they struggle socially, you can see there that 57% after 2 years in the program say they no longer struggle with that. The same with behavioral issues. After 2 years in the program, they don't struggle behaviorally anymore. You can read those numbers. It's a very small number of students who come in under abuse, but that goes down significantly as well. So we see real progress with our kids. Like I said, we currently serve 17 schools. We added 3 schools this year. We added Hillsborough back last fall, and we added Grandview and Keene in January, and those programs are doing very, very well. So we are growing. We're able to serve a large number of students, and it's just been awesome. For students to qualify for the program, we want your most hurting, we want your most struggling, the kids who aren't coming to school, the kids who struggle academically. Those are the kids we're looking for. And so the state of Texas, there are really 3 types of indicators. There are the state of Texas at-risk indicators, and I'll show you those in a minute. You have what we call our changeable indicators. Those are kind of fluid. Then you have kind of some more permanent indicators, things that kids struggle with. If you take a look at the left column, those are identified by the state of Texas as factors that can prohibit a student from graduating or being successful in school. So we look at those. We also look at our changeable indicators. And the most common ones that we see, of course, we see a large percentage of our kids who struggle with attendance issues, with grades, with anxiety and depression is off the charts nationwide, as you well know. We have a high percentage of our kids who come in to the program not involved in any type of extracurricular activity. Then at the bottom, you'll see more permanent factors, things that are more chronic. Death of a parent, divorce, broken home, if there's poverty or financial struggles going on. So when we first meet a student, we interview them and we start checking boxes to see which indicators affect them. The data now is Waxahachie High School specific. These are students who came into the program this year. 56% of those struggled with semester grades below 70. Another big one is a high percentage of the students at Waxahachie High School who come into our program have been in DAEP. We intentionally target those students, and Ms. Guerrero spends time at the DAEP to try to get those kiddos involved in our program. Any questions about that slide? Now you take a look at our indicators. Our changing at-risk indicators, you can see that a lot of kids are not involved in extracurriculars, 65%, 48% have confidence issues, and I went over that. And then if you take a look at our unchanging indicators, you can see that about half the kids who come into our program come from either a home where there's been divorce or there's a broken home, single parent, or a blended family, and a high percentage of our kids come from poverty as well. So we deal with that as well. We also do help kids with physical needs and other needs. We help with food. We help with clothing. We can help with counseling outside of school. We can help students get connected to a medical clinic if they need help medically. And so there were 4 times that Ms. Guerrero helped students with food, was able to give them assistance outside of school. And then 1 time she was able to refer a student for medical care. Again, this is WHS specific. These numbers are off the charts, okay? 89% of the kids that came into the program, and these are kids who struggled academically coming in, almost 90% are expected, they're on track to be promoted to the next grade level. I've never seen this. Every single student in the program is meeting the 90% rule for attendance. And the reason why we set it at 90, because that's the magic number, you have to be in that class 90% of the time in order to earn credit in that class. We want them there 100%, but we shoot for at least 90. So every student. You guys have every senior expected to graduate, and we did interviews with students, follow-up, and we found that almost half the kids had their at-risk indicators decrease as a result of being in the program. Overall program numbers, we had almost 50 students referred to the program this year. Our caseload at each school is typically 50 to 60. At larger schools like Waxahachie, we do tend to go over that. There's just a higher need. You guys have had 66 students in the program this year. At the time of the snapshot, end of January, we had 54 students matched with a mentor, 64 total mentors. Again, 7 seniors, and they're all going to graduate. Your community has been unbelievable. When we started here last year, we had an influx of mentors like I've never seen. I've only seen one school happen this fast, and that's Abilene Wiley out west. Furthermore, what's kind of set you guys apart is we have more mentors than we have students. It's usually flipped. So the way that the community has got behind us, this has been awesome. I want to thank, we have a couple of our mentors here. I want to thank Dr. Averett and Ms. Bridges for both mentoring. And Ms. Bridges' student will be up here in a minute. And your volunteers have averaged 9 hours just during those 5 months of volunteering to the district. So that's 71 adults. I checked the numbers today. You have 71 mentors as of today and 60 students in the program. That's 71 adults coming into your high school every single week to pour into those kids. It's incredible. There are times when students outcry. We have outcries of abuse, neglect, anxiety, depression, thoughts of self-harm. And when things get really serious, we will get that student to the school counselor and work with that school counselor. It's a great relationship because we're able to get kids the mental health assistance that they need through the counselor, and then the counselors refer students to us. So it's been a great relationship. There were 12 times that students had outcries to Ms. Guerrero this year, 9 times for anxiety and 3 for depression. And it's also, I think it's important to note that Ms. Guerrero provided support to students 26 times, students who aren't in our program. So we do track your graduates from the previous year. So last year you guys had 4 seniors and they all graduated. We had 100% of our seniors across 17 schools graduate last year. We're pushing for that this year. We got a guy at Palmer we're kind of getting him in school, but we want that to be 100%. But you had 4 seniors graduate last year, and we tracked their progress. All 4 of those went into the workforce, and they're all employed. I love the quotes of the students, and I love what your students say. These are your students. It says, Mentors Care has taught me to open up about things going on in my life and how to ask for help. And I love what this second student says. I love and look forward to every moment I have with my mentor. And I love Ms. Guerrero's quote. So I'm going to have her come up at this time and introduce her awesome student. And her student's going to say a few words.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Guerrero, and I'm the Mentors Care Coordinator here at Waxahachie High School. And I want to introduce Montana Stovall. She is our senior, or one of our seniors, and she has a few words to share about her experience here.
Okay, hello, I am Montana Stovall. I would love to start off with saying thank you to Mentors Care. Thank you to my Mentors Care leader, Stephanie. Thank you to my mentor, Jenny, and then thank you to Waxahachie for allowing Mentors Care to be a part of the school. So my experience with Mentors Care is one I'll always remember loving. My junior year was a rough year. I was still pretty new to this district, coming from a small district, and it was also my first year of AP classes and pre-AP classes. I always wanted to do something with my future, like going to college, having a good career, but I never had anyone to help me find ways to get there. So joining the AP and pre-AP classes was the biggest step I've ever taken in school. So honestly, I didn't think I would even be able to make it more than a 6 weeks period through those classes. That's whenever my mentor, Jenny, came into play. She was always there to encourage me and get me through it, even whenever I was very discouraged in myself. She always reminded me that it was just my first year of joining those classes, and she knew that I would eventually get the hang of it. She was always so kind to me and made sure to look at the positive side of things. So I pushed through that whole year trying my best to show her that she's right, I can do it. This year, my senior year, I have taken 2 more AP classes, all thanks to Jenny for encouraging me every step of the way. Another main reason I love Mentors Care is because they found the perfect person for me to connect with and talk to about anything. It is great knowing I can go to Jenny without worrying if I'm being judged or misunderstood. She always knows the right things to say, even if she's never dealt with the same situations. She really makes me feel safe and loved and cared for, even though we only meet once a week. My last main reason for loving Mentors Care is because of my Mentors Care leader, Stephanie. She is one of the sweetest and most welcoming people I know. Anytime I need something, she is right there to help me, whether it being basic needs, a quick snack, or a quick talk sesh. She is always so helpful and comforting. I've even seen her with other students, and she's the exact same way. I bet us students can all agree we love our Mentors Care leader, Stephanie. Aside from my reasons for loving Mentors Care and all the people that come with it, I think the program should be in every high school. If it were possible, I'd say every student should have a mentor. I feel that Mentors Care can help students in great ways, not just for students who are considered to have bad lives, but for students with good lives too, because everyone has their own struggles. Thank y'all.
Any questions for me?
I've just got a comment.
Yes, sir.
Last year, I ran into Dana Petty at an event, and it was prior to y'all's fundraiser.
Yes, sir.
And of course, she had a handful of brochures and information she was passing out to whoever she could give it to, I'm sure. But we took that back to my organization, and with those stats that you guys have, with the impact you're making, it made it a no-brainer for us to sponsor and go. And it was I played in a lot of golf tournaments, and it was first class from top to bottom. So if anybody needs a good one to play in for a good cause this year, definitely look into that.
Thank you. That golf tournament is June 24th. Mara Vista Golf Club in Fort Worth, Texas. It's a beautiful course. Anything else for me?
Great work.
Check out our website, mentors.care, our new promotional video starring Dr. Hollingsworth. He was kind enough to speak, and it's on our website. So it'll tell you more stories like you heard tonight. Thank you guys for your support.
Okay, our next report is our informational report on WISD's Board of Trustees continuing education hours. Under State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectations of any sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education training, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as of the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 7 training areas for board member continuing education. 1, local district orientation. 2, orientation of the Texas Education Code. 3, post-legislative update to the Education Code. 4, team building. 5, additional continuing education. 6, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. Number 7, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as to required training. For members who still have time remaining to complete required training, I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not scheduled the training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board members' training in excess of the continuing education requirements. Local district orientation. No new board members were required to complete local district orientation training for the time period covered by this announcement. Orientation to the Texas Education Code. No new board members were required to complete local district orientation training for the time period covered by this announcement. Post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. No new board members were required to complete local district orientation training for the time period covered by this announcement. Team building. The following board members have completed the annual team building training: Dusty Autry, Kim Kriegel, Judd McCutcheon, John Rogers, Clay Schoolfield, Melissa Starnader, Debbie Timmerman. Additional continuing education. The following board members have completed the additional continuing education requirements: Dusty Autry, Kim Kriegel, Judd McCutcheon, John Rogers, Clay Schoolfield, Melissa Starnader, Debbie Timmerman. Evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. Note, this training must be completed every 2 years. The following board members have completed the biennial training in evaluating student academic performance and setting goals: Dusty Autry, Kim Kriegel, Judd McCutcheon, John Rogers, Clay Schoolfield, Melissa Starnader, Debbie Timmerman. Identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. The following board members have completed the biennial training of identifying and reporting abuse and trafficking: Dusty Autry, Kim Kriegel, Judd McCutcheon, John Rogers, Clay Schoolfield, Melissa Starnader, Debbie Timmerman. Exceeding the required continuing education. Board member Dusty Autry exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 9 additional hours. Board member Kim Kriegel exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 15.25 additional hours. Board member Judd McCutcheon exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 8 additional hours. Board member John Rogers exceeded the required amount of continuing education by 7 additional hours. Board member Clay Schoolfield exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 9 additional hours. Board member Melissa Starnader exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 3 additional hours. Board member Debbie Timmerman exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 7 additional hours. That concludes this report. Our next item will be our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we bring to you each month, you'll see where we ended the month of March. We had an enrollment of 11,018 students, and you can see that our attendance did rebound from January and February to 94.92%. One of the things I also wanted to point out, and I'm going to come back to the other slide, is this is an overview that Mr. Avenshine had provided to our campuses, and it gave us a little bit of a view comparing 22-23 with 23-24. And you can see by month we have outpaced where we were in 22-23, which is really, really encouraging, with the exception of January. January is the only month that we were below where we were in the prior year. And so you can see from February, we're at 93.92, but rebounded back to 94.92%. So that's a lot of hard work by our teachers, our principals to get kids here, and I appreciate very much Mr. Avenshine's leadership in that process as well. I wanted to share with you, if it'll go back, there we go. We held on April the 5th, this Friday, our Superintendent's Executive Council. This is one of the ways that we get feedback from our young people, our students. We had elementary in the morning, and we had, just after that at lunchtime, we had our high school and junior high students. And I just wanted to share with you, we bring them in, we feed them. We had Chick-fil-A on Friday for everybody. They introduce themselves, they tell what they're involved in at school, and then we get feedback from them. I gave them an overview, the same overview that I give to our staff about growth and our construction progress, the things we're doing in our classes. And then we asked them some questions. What do you like about school? What are your favorite extracurricular activities? What classes do you dislike? Where can we get better? What suggestions do you have for us? And our kids are always so honest and so real and so appropriate, and they just make us proud each and every time that I have this opportunity to work with them. One last thing I wanted to share with you that Mr. Calden and I are working with our district leadership team on is we have put together a budget reduction committee with the goal of trying to target a reduction of about $1.6 million in discretionary expenditures. We know that the majority of our expenditures in our budget, 85% typically, are toward people and personnel. And so that leaves about $16.8 million estimated in next year's budget for discretionary spending. We asked our leaders, our campus leaders and our district leaders to help us see if we can identify, and we're targeting about 10% discretionary savings of about $1.6 million. And so we're going to meet. We asked for volunteers for our budget reduction committee. We asked them to begin to kind of get the juices flowing in terms of ideas that we might be able to save some of those things. And our whole goal is that if we're able to find some savings in our discretionary budgets, that we won't have to touch personnel. We won't have to touch people. And that was really one of the main goals that we set out to do. We want to bring to the board proposed cuts so that we are able to contribute, that we're not just coming to y'all and saying, hey, board, what are you going to do about it? And so that was the goal behind that budget reduction committee. And we'll share that at our board budget workshop number 2. So with that, that's the superintendent's report.
Any questions for Dr. Hollingsworth?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On that reduction committee, what did you say about folks volunteering? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. So when we had our district leadership team meeting, we asked principals and district leaders if they would like to volunteer to be a part of that budget reduction committee. And we got several folks who did. One of the things that Mr. Calden and I will work to do now is make sure that they're representative. So we may have to go back and ask a few folks if they'll be willing to participate if we feel like we're short in terms of representation across the district.
Anyone else? Good. Thank you very much, sir. Our next item will be our informational report on the Bond 2023 construction. Mr. Mott.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth here to give you your April 2024 bond update, May 23 bond update. We're going to start with Jimmy Ray. Jimmy Ray is still on time, on budget. A little fun fact there. Right now, we have about 110 people daily on that job site working. It is actually, that seems like a lot, and we're actually going to be increasing that to probably close to, we'll probably get up to about 140 would be the max, maybe 150 max at one time, working there. We plan on putting the permanent transformer and energizing it. The permanent transformer is in place. We hope to have, the plan is to energize it on the 22nd of this month, and then we'll start turning AC units on areas A and B on the 25th. That is a key time because then we can start flooring and we can start putting cabinetry in as we get into those. As you can see here, we'll go through the 4 areas of this building. Area A, the outside is brick is 95% complete. The inside brick is 90% complete. The sheetrock in Area A is totally complete. The tiling is 95% complete, and we'll start painting tomorrow in Area A. Area B, the outside brick is 95% complete. Sheetrock is complete, and the tiling is 90% complete. Area C, the outside brick is 25% complete. The sheetrock is starting to go up in that area. It's about 90% complete, and the tiling just started, but it is moving very quickly through that area. Area D, where the outside brick is just starting in that area in the building, and the sheetrock is going up right now. It's at 20% complete. And so when you kind of see those areas, like in some of that it can just be like the outside brick in Area A is literally the little bitty columns in front of the cafeteria. That's all that's left there. And like a little area on the inside wall. So it's little small areas, but it's the higher, the brick above the white rock that we're seeing is where we're at. So it's more the scaffolding and stuff they have to put on. So here's your overview of your March 6th and your April 3rd, as you can see there. In March 6th, we did not have the roof totally complete and dried in. We do have the roof totally dried in now there. And you also see in the top right, the last of the parking lots was poured in by April 3rd, where it was not in the 6th. So now all flat work is poured except any sidewalks that'll be going in around the building, and those which will be the very last things we lay. We're going to start doing some landscaping and so forth in the islands and along those areas here very soon. so we can try to get all that hydromulch stuff before the July and August heat. We can get it in there maybe as early as May, late May, so we can start doing it that way. Here's your straight overview of the roof. You can see all the TPOs, all that in place. The area you see there is that the silver is not, it's not the final roof. That is your, what we call the high stories or clear stories. It does have waterproofing on there, so it will not leak. The metal is en route. It is a standing seam there, so those will be all standing seam roof there. But the building, just out there this morning at 7:30, and as of the weekend, we had not one drop of rain inside, so they're all happy about that. There, as you can see, a picture there of the left. That is area B, the offices. It's the first area we have that has the, I'm gonna call it the tombstone over the window. That's the first place that we put those in there, so that's kind of a neat area right there. That picture there on your right is your cafeteria. You can see that we've started the framing in of the big large beams there and start framing in the walls and all that. We were holding back a little bit because we were waiting on some speaker boxes to go above the hard deck ceiling, but they haven't gotten here yet, so we're going to go ahead and just move forward without those, and they'll just cut them in later. You see there the area with the tile wall. That is in some of your individual staff bathrooms or just visitor bathrooms. That'll be an accent wall in all those. They'll have like that. The glass you see there, that is the front of the cafeteria you see there. The two wood pieces you see are doorways that'll be there, but that glass windows got put in Saturday. That picture was taken just this morning there. And that picture you see there on the far right, that's the main corridor going from the front of the building straight through that goes by the cafeteria, goes by the library, goes out the back door by the gym. That is standing at the gym looking forward, so you can kind of see the brick house looking there on those walls. We'll move on to area B. That picture there on your left is standing in the library looking out. And so those three that you see down there on the far end, those three are all glass, solid glass windows there. Be looking in that same corridor I was just talking about. You can see the raised roof there, which will have mechanical blinds that can be lowered to if there's a presentation or something going on, to make it dark in there for whatever reason. But you can see how it brings that nice daylight into the library, as you can see that right there. And then that picture there on the right is just one of the corridors. You can see that's a finished window that will actually bring light into the classrooms that are in the hallway side, not on the outside that have the natural light. They'll be getting light from the hallway into that through those glass windows like that. And you'll see those periodically throughout the building in some of these pictures I'm going to be showing you. Area C and D, there's you some more of those pictures there in that far left. That is in there. That is in the end, and C headed towards D. You can see those. And that one there on the right, it looks like the windows, but it's not. That's going to be white marker board. So kids can write notes, teachers can write notes. I kind of look at it as, man, it'd be nice to do a little scavenger hunt. Find this clue, and you go through the school. Kids go through the school. That's just something I just thought of. It's kind of be cool to do that on those marker boards. Something like that. But they'll be able to write notes, do whatever, things like that for the kids and the teachers. Here's you an area in C and D looking across a collab space into, which is there on the left. That'll be an open collab space for teaching area. And then you can see the windows there, the big and the small windows. And then there on the right is just some more of that with the windows and those white marker boards. And there will be some of those that will be like a cork board to tack things on. Any questions about Jimmy Ray? Move on to Wildman Steam. Wildman Steam is
Mrs. Kriegel had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was a little slow, Mr. Mott. I just wanted to confirm that the library has all the glass, but it will be.
Well, the library, the glass is second story. Now, the other glass in the front is in the building. It's actually in the front hallway. It's not to the exterior.
Okay, okay.
So that is into the main corridor, so it's not to the exterior. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But all the building, to answer that question, I know that's a question you've asked before, so I'll just be on record, is all the external windows that are anything that are 36 inches or lower to the ground will have the film on them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Wildman Steam. It is on time, on budget. Right now we have about 78 workers there on site. It is a little slower, but it will pick up here very quickly. A lot of people are asking me about what all is that all out there. Right now we have a lot of big material sitting out front between the building and Business 287. That is all the rooftop AC units. That was 4 18-wheeler full of 18 rooftop units came in one morning. You had all roofing material, 15 truckloads. You had metal framing, and that was about, for that first load that's sitting there was about 6 truckloads. So there's a lot of material there that's not like the big iron beams and so forth like that, and we don't even have brick on site. We have some of the CMU, but we don't have the final brick yet on site. So there's going to be a lot of material sitting there. So area A is the exterior framing is 90% complete, and the interior framing is 90% complete. We started sheetrocking last week. It's about 10%, and the roof deck is complete there. The area B is not, the steel is 95% erected in that area, mainly missing a few beams that aren't on site. One of them that will be, and that will be where we do the topping out, is not on site yet, but it will be right there in the front over the top front door will be that beam we do for topping out when we're ready to top out. The roof deck's 90% complete. Storm shelter is 75% complete. Main thing left there is the roof. They just started hanging beams Friday, finished them today, so we'll start to work on that. And then your interior is about 60% complete there. And that's just, they can't work in there while they're hanging beams and so forth like that, so they were kind of, they couldn't put scaffolding or anything up until those beams were in, so they didn't interfere with anything. Area C, the exterior framing is 90% complete. The interior framing is 10% complete. The roof deck is complete. That area is also the first one that we poured the second floor slab. So as you know, the actual classroom pods are 2 stories. That was the first one that we did pour a slab for on there. Area D is 10% complete. Steel is 100% complete. The roof deck is 80% complete, and the second floor slab's getting ready. We'll be pouring that probably late next week. That's what it looks like right now, barring weather. Weather's a dictation for what we're doing right now on that areas, on concrete and so forth. And then area E, we have not started yet. So just so you know, area C, D, and E are your classroom pods. They're exactly the same top and bottom. It's just different grades. So there's your pictures, March 6th and April 3rd. As you can see there, there's quite a bit of difference. There's a lot more, in the April 6th, it was a lot more skeleton looking. Now it's a lot more finish to it. Here's an overview of it. You can see that area there in the middle. It looks like a skeleton. That is area D. And so the area there to the right, that is area C that we poured the slab, but that is a second floor story roof that you see there. And as you can see, the storm shelter there looks kind of weird with it's just an open box. Now there's 10 large beams there sitting there, and the E is that one area. It's all concrete. We hadn't even started hanging steel there yet. This is an area A. This is the side down the cafeteria and area C. This is some of your exterior framing there. That CMU you see right there, that is actually your dumpster area for your dumpsters there. Here's the area B in the front of the building. So that area in the yellow is actually your kitchen and cafeteria area there. Here's some of your interior of area A. There's your child nutrition serving areas and kitchen area. There's all the interior studs you're seeing. And then the other one is looking from the cafeteria, looking out into the main hallway that goes across the building left and right. And then here's area B there, looking from the cafeteria, looking across the courtyard into the area B, as you see there. And there's some of the interior studs there that are going in as well in area C. That's actually in area C. There's your gym or storm shelter, either way you want to call it. So there, the far wall that you see there, that is the CMU. That is the offices, the gym storage, the bathrooms that are required for in there because it is a storm shelter. We are required to have bathrooms in that facility now because it is a storm shelter. Here's your area C. There's your slab of your second floor there. And that's, again, there's your interior walls there on the first floor that are going in area C. There's area D, all the metal ironwork, and you can see there on the left and the right. And on the right, you see the metal decking that's going in, that the concrete, there'll be 6 inches of concrete poured on top of that decking there. Any questions about Wildman Steam? We'll move on to Hancock. Hancock is on time, barely, and on budget. The weather's getting us a little early right now on that one. When I say on time, it's to what we have scheduled. There is makeup time in there, so I'm not too worried about it, but the weather is starting to dictate a little bit there because we're still playing in the dirt and we're in the middle of rainy season.
When you say barely, you mean barely on time or barely on budget?
Barely on time.
Okay.
Budget, no, barely on time. Budget, we're fine with there right now. The pier drilling is complete in the classroom edition of Area A, and the grade beams just started being dug Saturday. Area B, which is the stage addition outside on the cafeteria, all those piers have been completed. We poured the grade beams there in that area Friday. Area C, which is the band hall addition, we've got all but one pier drilled. That one pier that we were drilling, we drilled it twice, and we had cave-ins at about 11 feet of about a 6x6 to 8x8 hole there that just caved in. So we're going down, doing some other things, so we'll remobilize and do that later down the way a little bit. And then area D and E, which is the current inside the building areas, those will all be during the summer. And then area F, which is the outside little small building in the back, it'll be done during the summer as well, and then into the fall some. Here's your Hancock building. Not a lot of difference there you're seeing. You will start to see some of the old roof changing to new roof. That is part of the Prop C as well. So all that white area you do see is new roof that they're putting on there now. You'll see more and more. You'll see that completed. It'll actually be completed probably by the end of next week. So the next month's photos, you'll see all that. But you can see a lot of the dirt being moved. You can see some of the, starting to try to do some of the retention ponds we have on that building there. The area there on the left is the grade beams being poured in A. And the picture on the right is one of the piers being poured there in, right in front where the new band hall is going to be in front of the current band hall. There is a casing there in the ground that they have to pour so much, and they pull that casing up some. They pull it about 5 or 6 foot lengths. They'll pull that casing up 5 or 6 feet, pour more concrete, pull it up. We were running into groundwater in that area, so we had to put casings in a lot of the holes, so it took a little longer. Any questions about the Hancock building? Moving on to Finley. Finley, we are reviewing the scope of this project to fit in the budget. Our original, what we were wanting to do outside a little bit extra on the bond, we were discovering it was a little bit more than what we had in the budget. So we're going back into what we had said in the bond, and we're going to do at least that and do whatever else we can. But right now we're pulling back a little bit on that. So we're reviewing to see what we can do. Seeing the same thing happen on Howard right now is Howard, we do have that out, getting it priced right now, just so we're not complete there, but we're wanting to make sure that we're still on target and not over before we get too far down the road of just drawings and so forth and have to start over or pull back and change. Save some costs there on the drawing side. Any questions on Howard or Finley? Okay, go Waxahachie Creek. So Waxahachie Creek, we have a meeting this Friday with the city and TxDOT on April 12th, discussing mainly the roads around that area. We'll have, we're trying to schedule a meeting right now with NTCOG. We still haven't designed the last locations of athletics and CTE. So the area there, things you're seeing there on the right, understand that Dr. Hollingsworth and all his things said that we are going to be comparative, and we are on everything we are. It is a little bit bigger because we're adding some to athletics because we won't have Lumpkins to put all the practice facilities and things there in Lumpkins, so we're pulling that in. So I want you to understand is you're seeing a little bit difference in square footage there in the end, but in the end it is what has to happen there. Any questions on any of that information?
I know I'm ready to walk some of those jobs, or all of them.
To do what now?
I'm ready to walk all of those jobs. I'd like to look at all of them.
Okay, call me. You've got my cell number. I'll walk with you anytime. Wednesday's the only day I can't do it. I'm pretty full with meetings literally all day long on those, but any other day I can pretty much do it. And that's open to anybody.
Anticipation timeline of a total footprint and floor plan?
The finalized floor plan, I can't answer that question because we still have, like I said, athletics and CTE. I know there's some meetings going on the CTE side to finish up that side. We have had a meeting with athletics 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago maybe now, and I know that one's real close to coming back to meet with them again. The CTE we're working with, I know Dr. Hollingsworth, Dr. Abert, and Ms. Beneker are working to finalize that, but until that's truly finalized, we can't finish the floor plan on your answer.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
We did meet, and we've got a really good, final draft, if you will, that we will be able to bring forward. So I would hope that within the next month, we should be able to land the plane with
I would think so.
Mr. Aldis and be okay.
I would think would be, I mean, that's all, we're just trying to find what pieces we have in those areas. We've got the blocks, we just got to make sure they fit in the end. Prop C, facility upgrades. That's going to be a busy summer for that area there. We're going to be doing a lot of flooring, possibly, fire sprinklers, gym remodels, those kind of things all over the district, doors, door handles, those kind of things all over the district. So it's going to be a busy summer there. We're even still getting quotes on painting some areas, taking some wall coverings down and painting those areas. So we're constantly adding on to what we're going to try to do this summer in that area. Any questions on Prop C? Bob Myers for the AGCM report.
Thank you, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. Stephen is passing out our construction report for March. One new item I want to bring up. Behind each tab are the 3 projects in construction. The very first page behind each tab is what you're looking at now. Just a very high level snapshot in time. This is showing the construction completion dates, any change to that, the current contract amounts, any change to that, and then what we call the project health indicator. As Stephen has said, all projects right now are tracking on budget and on schedule. So in the case of Jimmy Ray, the projects are good, is our assessment at this point in time. The report also includes not every daily site report that we've created. Just please let us know if you would want to see more of the reports in printed format. We can certainly do so, or any other information that you're not finding in that report, please let us know about that. So with that, do you have any questions for us on the construction?
Any questions on the construction update?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, our last report tonight will be the informational report on WISD's balanced scorecard, priority 3, community and stakeholder relationship.
Good evening again, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. I will go through this quickly, but just wanted to give y'all an update on balanced scorecard priority 3, community and stakeholder relationships. One of our key strategic actions is our creation and distribution of survey to students and families. That survey was distributed March 6th. It closed March 22nd, and we've had over 1,000 parents and about 4,000 or so students throughout the district complete those surveys. We're currently working to analyze that data, and we'll have it in the hands of our principals and our directors by mid-April. 3.1B is developing and implementing connection and collaboration rounding, so listening and learning with our students to determine their level of engagement. As Dr. H mentioned, we had our second meeting of the Superintendent's Executive Council last Friday, April 5th. That is such a fun time. Our students are just fantastic. They give us such great feedback and really give us good stuff that we can act upon. Also in 3.2B, we have a goal of holding a town hall meeting once annually. We actually held 2 town hall meetings in January to discuss rezoning and also provide an update on campus moves, bond construction, etc. And Dr. Hollingsworth has also been doing regular Facebook Live sessions. He's conducted 5 so far in 2024. And this just gives people an opportunity to hear directly from Dr. H and to ask their questions. 3.2B is implementing that same connection and collaboration rounding with our community. So district leaders are regularly attending meetings and events held by organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club, the Lions Club, and we are also volunteering our time with organizations like the Ellis County Children's Advocacy Center, the Waxahachie Foundation, United Way, YMCA, and Waxahachie Care, among others. Finally, 3.2C, we will continue to participate in and support community-wide events. We are continuing to work to host those community events. Rebecca Lockridge, who is our new community outreach coordinator, is currently planning the Pie Luncheon, which is next week. We're also working on Operation First Day of School, the Back to School Bash, and more. And district leadership has also supported the chamber banquet. They will be attending the Education Foundation Gala on May 10th. You're also all invited to attend that, as well as other events. And finally, we have changed, as you heard in our Balanced Scorecard Priority 1 update, we have changed one of those key strategic actions or progress measures to be that every student organization will complete at least one community service activity per year. And so we're working to integrate that into this progress measure and kind of reinvent our Great Give Back to be a full year effort to give back to the community rather than just a one-time thing. So next month, you are going to hear from Brian Calden about Priority 4, but can I answer any questions for you about our community and stakeholder relationships?
When you receive the results from the survey, I know you said you were going to be sending it out. Could you please send it out to us also?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. We'll make sure you get that.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Okay, moving on to item 7, we have consent agenda. We have consent agenda items A through N. Did anyone see a need to remove one for individual discussion?
Yes, can you pull item N? I just wanted to
Item
clarify.
N?
N, as in
Okay.
Nancy.
All right. Do you want to pull it for an individual motion or just for a discussion?
No, just to make a maybe correction for the minutes. I think that's why there was some confusion earlier.
Okay.
It says contracts.
Okay, gotcha.
with us.
Anyone else? Is there another one? Okay, we'll specifically talk about consent agenda item N, consideration with possible action to approve 4th-year extension of probationary contracts as discussed in closed session.
I think it would be appropriate just to remove that S
Yes,
to provide clarification. Thank you for that catch. Yes, ma'am.
So it will be contract. Anyone else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items A through N with the correction of contract being singular on item N.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. McCutcheon. Second by Mr. Rogers. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to our action item. Action item A, consideration with possible action to adopt an order authorizing the issuance of school building bonds, establishing the parameters for the sale of the bonds, and delegating authority to the administration to approve the sale and execute the final documents. Mr. Calden.
Thanks, sir. Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. Tonight, I'm going to bring up Doug Witt, and he's going to give you an overview of the next round of financing for the 2023 bond projects.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, good evening. It's good to be with you. Appreciate the opportunity. I think I have a presentation on here. Is it going to pull up?
No, it didn't get loaded in there.
Did not make it. Okay. All right. No worries. No worries. Okay, you may have the presentation in your board book. If not, it's really a guide for me to give the presentation. Feel free to stop me at any time with questions. The first section, we talk about the bond market update, where we are with interest rates. In short, we have, if you had the graph, we are at slightly below average levels. With our interest rates, we have very solid markets, very functional. Yes.
Board, just for your information, that's on page 158 in your packet. So. Sorry, Doug. Thank you.
Okay, so within that presentation, the first page is this graph, and it talks about you've seen the graph from me before. It's called the Bond Buyers Index of Municipal Bonds, and it tracks interest rates dating back in the bottom left corner to January 2001. We reached a peak in 2008 at 6%. We had a record low during the pandemic in 2020 at 2%. Our average runs across the middle in blue at 4%. And we're currently with the index at 3.58%. So interest rates, generally speaking, are slightly below historic averages, and the bonds that we intend to issue will be issued into a very sound market. On the second page, we put in the slide that we've talked about before with respect to the bond credit ratings here in this district. This district enjoys very high credit quality ratings for the size of district that we have. We, of course, sell and issue our bonds with the AAA rating, which is the highest credit quality in the United States market, based upon the permanent school fund guarantee. But we also have AA category underlying ratings. And the analysts at Moody's and Fitch Rating Service, they talk about your strong enrollment growth, your stable financial position, your elevated but manageable leverage. And, of course, they recognize that as a growing district, and a district that is in the state of Texas, we fund our facilities with voted bonds. And as a growing district, we have more facility needs than the average. So they talk about the need to address those growth needs. But all in all, it is an outstanding report and a high level of underlying credit quality ratings. On the next page, just to review the bond election parameters, we had 4 propositions. A, B, and C passed. The estimated tax rate increase to the voters was 3 cents for the interest and sinking fund portion of your tax rate. We've raised that 2.9 cents. This is also a growth model. It's a multi-year plan. It's a multi-year implementation of the buildings. It's a multi-year finance plan. And part of that is growth in the tax base at roughly 12.5%. To be able to absorb that style of bond and that size of bond. And that growth was over a 5-year period. We're 1 year into it, and just like the construction folks talk about on time, on budget, the big picture here is we're on time, we're on budget with the finance plan. And of course, the last part of the bullet was the bonds to be issued and completed as the growth requires and allows. Next page is your taxable value history. So when you look through this, back in 10, 11, 11, 12, we were pretty flat in our tax base. Then we started hitting substantial growth in 17, 18. So you had a couple of years of 9% growth in 17, 18, and 18, 19. Then we've begun our double-digit growth beginning in 19, 20. So 14% growth, 13% growth, 11% growth, then 26.5% growth. And we were looking at those numbers going into the election, and again, the baseline bond model was an assumption of 12.5% growth over a 5-year period. Clearly in 22, 23, you had 2 years of growth in 1 year. And then in red in 23, 24, you had 9% growth, including the additional homestead exemption, which reduced the gross level of taxable value increase there. It shows $653 million. It would have been substantially higher than that had we not had the additional homestead exemption. In place of that homestead exemption, we're getting state aid called ASAHE. So it's a hold harmless state aid for our bond model that now is a part of our structuring as we go forward. So again, we had $7.8 billion when we sold our last bonds in July as the placeholder, and that's where we landed, but it did not include the hold harmless, so the hold harmless comes in to our finance model and our INS account, and we did not need to draw down as much INS fund balance as was on paper. So the next page is your tax rate and fund balance history. Of course, in column 3, the INS tax rate was at 38.39 cents. It went up to 41.29 cents, so 2.9 cent increase. Your M&O rate in column 2 continues to be compressed. You went from 94 cents down to 75.75 cents, so a substantial tax rate reduction. Unfortunately, through the summer, we did not get the state aid that was anticipated and expected, and hence every board meeting I go to has a slide, kind of what y'all talked about earlier, is that we do have some financial budget issues that we have to work through because the state aid did not follow the tax compression. So with that, column 7 is your INS fund balance. It was $14.6 million audited fiscal year ending 2023. We had a planned drawdown of about $6 million of that for early amortization of principal from the last set of bonds that we sold. We're looking at about $3.5 million, again, because the hold harmless came in for the bond model and the tax base was still at $7.8 billion. So with that, $11.3 million in the INS account is ultra healthy. It's more than we need. It is a part of the plan to utilize that over time, which allows us to amortize principal up front in this 3 to 5 year growth model that we have for our bond program. So on the next page, it's page 7, bottom right in the slideshow, the interest and sinking fund cash flow. There's a lot of numbers here, but under the line, August 23, you had $14.6 million audited. August 31st, 2024, I'm estimating that to be $11.3 million. Again, the drawdown there of $3.5 million is substantially less than the $6 million that was in the model this time last year, okay? $14 million is not necessary. As we draw that down, it allows early amortization and principal retirement in the early years. So when you look below the line, the last two lines, if you put our target INS fund balance at about $7.5 million, we have about $4 million of excess INS fund balance that is going to be a part of our plan of finance on a go-forward basis. On the next page is a look at our outstanding debt service. As I mentioned before, we put a ton of principal in the first year of our first installment of the bonds that were approved by the voters. That's illustrated in the green and the line that goes up from 2024. Going into next year, we have a substantial current drop-off in our outstanding debt service. It's very flat thereafter, and then it drops off again out long. That is capacity to issue additional bonds with the same tax rate that we're currently levying. As we move to the next page, it talks about on your outstanding bonds, you're approaching optional redemption dates. I debated whether or not to put this slide in here, but we do have some bonds that are currently callable. It's my recommendation that we leave them outstanding and amortize the new bonds because that's more efficient than trying to pay off the existing bonds. Some people would take a housekeeping approach of first in, first out. I'm taking a mathematical efficiency approach of which bonds do we need to move in to that drop-off in debt service that you just saw in the first graph. When you look at the call date in the middle column, 2015, you had a refunding bond, 2015 a school building bond, and a 2016 school building bond. We have upcoming call dates for a substantial amount of principal, $37 million, $70 million, $40 million. That call date is February of 2025. 6 months from now, we may be talking to you about debt management of those. We may leave them exactly as they are. We may try to pay down. We may try to refinance them at lower interest rates. So that's an item that's coming up 6 months from now, but it's not a part of the plan today. The plan today is focused on the issuance of bonds approved by voters to continue the construction projects that you saw on the screen. So on the next page, the summary of our plan of finance. The amount to be issued in your second installment is $200,689,843. That's $20 million from Proposition A, $150 million from Proposition B, and the balance $30,689,000 from Proposition C. This will be a negotiated underwriting just like our first installment. This amortization length is 1 year shorter. We're going to keep it as the same length of the bonds that we issued a year ago, even though we have authority to go the 30th year if we needed to. But again, we're on time, on budget with our bond program, and putting that in place for 29 years rather than 30 is perfectly fine. We're expecting the credit enhancement of the permanent school fund again, which gives us the AAA rating. The numbers you're going to see tonight are run at 4.5%. That's about 0.5% above the current market. So we're selling in the 4 to 4.15 range. We're using 4.50 for our current budget. We used a higher number pre-election. So again, our interest cost is under budget from where we were, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago during the planning stages of the facility improvement plan. The bond structure is to be increasing over the next 4 years. We're now 1 year into our 5-year plan. So we have basically on paper 3 installments, so 3 years of bond issuance, 5 years of growth from the start. We're now into 4 years of issuance. If we sell bonds this spring, then we'll have potentially 1 more installment next year. That would be the 3 installments with a 5-year growth model. The taxable value growth, probably should have highlighted it, but I can say it out loud. It's now working, this bond model and the absorption of the bonds that were approved by voters at 8.3% on a forecasted growth level rather than the need for 12.5%. So again, the more that comes down, the better off we're going to be and the easier it is to implement the entire authorization from the voters. Again, we do plan utilizing some of that excess INS fund balance, not the target INS fund balance, but that amount that is over and above what we want to retain. We anticipate using that, and that's illustrated on page 11 with the title at the top, Preliminary Bond Program Analysis. What it looks like on paper is the blue bars are your outstanding debt service, and we use the term net. That's net of the hold harmless. The columns in yellow are the implementation of the Series 24 bonds that we're here tonight asking for approval to issue. You can see in the 25 column that if we add the yellow bars to the blue bars, we'll be right at what 41.29 cents generates in revenues. But we have a placeholder for about $1.5 million of that $4.5 million of excess INS fund balance to be used in 1 year. So the plan is to use that over a 3-year and continue to monitor it. Anytime I can use the INS fund balance, the excess amount, it means that I can amortize more principal. So your blue bar in 24 was a massive amount of amortization in the first year, and you can see your first yellow bar is pretty sizable as well. And again, we can do that because of your debt management that you've employed in this district and the INS fund balance that you built up over time. The pink or orange there is the implementation of the potential 3rd installment. We will talk about that this time next year. And again, it's a 5-year growth model up to a flat level. And so that's the way it looks on graphically on paper. The next page, if we do in fact issue the $200,689,843, that will leave $174,356,144 in authorized but unissued bonds. That balance is a little over $42 million from the Proposition A and a little over $32 million from Proposition B. And with the $30.7 million portion of this $200 million coming out of Proposition C, that will exhaust that voted authorization. The next page is the preliminary schedule of events. We're here in April seeking your authority to issue this $200+ million of bonds as the 2nd installment. You will be delegating authority to the administration to work with me to sign off on the final sale and implementation of that. We're doing this blind into next year's tax base because, again, we are on time and on budget. There's nothing about next year's certified value that you're going to get in July that causes me any worry that I think I need to wait for it. We have the fund balance there. We have growth parameters that are actually going to exceed where we are, and we have an interest rate that's conservative as well. So we do not need to wait for the certified value in July to sell and issue this $200 million. You will set the same INS tax rate that you set last year, which is slightly below what the voters saw and approved as part of this bond program. By doing this here in the spring, we will miss the traffic that comes in the summer. We'll have a round of May elections. Those May elections will then have a 30-day contest period through June. They'll get a certified value in July, and they'll be selling in July and August. So there's a very heavy amount of Texas school bonds that flood the market in July and August because of the time frame that they give us with respect to the election cycles that we have. So with that, if we move forward tonight, we'll issue bonds probably the first week of May. We'll close the first week of June. The money will go into your construction fund and be invested in a similar fashion as the original $200 million that we issued a year ago. And with that, the last deal is the suggested motion. It may be also in your packet, but with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this second installment of the bonds.
I had a question. So I know what I'm trying to ask in my mind, so bear with me. So in my line of work, in addition to me being on the school board, I'm exposed to several different taxing entities, a city, school, and also a ESD, Emergency Services District. And a couple of weeks ago, a counterpart similar to what I'm assuming your role is, gave a similar presentation in our ESD about the level of debt that we have on our books. And I know no one likes debt, but I mean, it's obviously necessary with how much schools cost and so forth. But they explained that there's actually a sweet spot for your amount of debt that almost creates a tax shelter to where if you have a certain level of debt, you're taxed at a lower rate. So with that said, is there anything similar within a school district? Is there a sweet spot for the amount of debt that we should not exceed or we should not kind of stay in the range of?
That's a good question, and it goes fundamentally into everything that we do. There's not going to be a, quote, sweet spot in a school system because the amount of debt that we have in schools depends upon so many factors, including oftentimes growth. So the districts that have to issue the most amount of bonds that have been approved by voters are the ones that are growing and need new structures, new spaces, etc. So the other thing that goes into it is the age of our facilities. So we have some, I can take you to some districts north, and they're essentially brand new districts. Every building they have has been built in the past 5 years. I got one building and then I take you to other districts, and every building they have is 50 years old. So that will factor into voted bonds. What I can tell you is that within the Texas school and national school parameters of credit ratings, debt analysis, INS tax rate, debt to assessed value, you're well within any reasonable parameters of debt management and debt issuance. For a growing district, I would say that you probably have less debt than an equal counterpart with the same growth potential and the growth history. You enjoy a sizable tax base. It's not necessarily like some that I have that's oil and gas. It's commercial and housing driven, but it's plenty sizable for the amount of debt that we're issuing. When you go to the credit rating reports, almost every school district I go in, it will say, quote, elevated leverage. Almost every one in Texas, and that's because when you go to other states, they don't all finance their facilities with voted bonds, okay? They finance them out of a statewide program or a statewide financing mechanism or something like that. And so in the state of Texas, we're going to have more bonds outstanding than our counterparts in other states, Arkansas or wherever you want to go, Missouri, okay? But on the flip side of that, we carry far more general fund operating balance and reserves than any of our neighbors do. And so what we see is always great financial condition, elevated debt. But what I'm telling you as this district, you're well below the maximum of 50 cents, okay? We have taxing authority there that we could utilize if necessary and if the voters wanted to approve it. So you're by no stretch. I've got other districts that are growing, they're at 50 cents, and they also need to sell $200 million.
And that's on the INS side.
That is on the, yes, sir. And so the old rule was a maximum of 10% of principal outstanding for the size of the tax base. So debt to assessed value, and you're well below that as well. And if you take out the state aid, substantially below that. So your debt metrics are well within a AA category. And so we go AAA, AA, single A, triple B. Okay, so triple B is small tax base, small economy. Okay, AAA is rare, very rare, except by the permanent school fund. And as a school system, you're in the AA category, which is I've given you a long-winded explanation of credit rating agencies that are independent of me. I'm an advocate for this school district. I'm a fiduciary of this school district. Independent credit analysts view you as a AA worthy credit quality, which means that we're neither over leveraged nor are we operating excessively. We stay within our budget, and we have a debt management plan that is well within reason going forward. So if you want to look at statistics, we want to be below 10% of debt to assessed value, because that was the old school kind of maximum. We want to be below 50 cents, and then we want to implement this bond program. What's going to happen here is we're going to implement this bond program. It's going to be ahead of schedule financially. We're going to implement it. We're going to sell the next installment of bonds. We have 5 years of growth built into the model. You're going to start completing these buildings, and then you're going to go back to the planning stages, because it's never ending for this style of district. And everything that we do with this bond program, where we amortize principal early, and we make sure that we don't have 10 years of leverage growth, those are the factors that are going to make the next round of and next generation of facility needs that much more accessible from a financial feasibility standpoint. So there is no sweet spot, because I can have 2 districts with the same number of students, and one grew to that over the past 3 years by adding 10% of students. They're going to have more bonds outstanding than this one. I can take you to some areas where we have the petrochemical business down on the Gulf Coast, and they will move everything they can from the operating side. They will finance the computer there, and they'll move all of that. They want more debt because it's mathematically more efficient. So there's not one size fits all in Texas schools, but I can report to you that where you are with respect to your debt management program, you're perfectly sound. And you're illustrating some of the growth parameters, right? If we were just purely stable, we might not need as much of these facilities that we're working on. So we would have less bonds outstanding, but that's not our world. So you're starting to exhibit some of the growth pressures that are reflected in the INS rate and in the INS debt level, but you're well within the parameters that anyone would expect for a Texas school district with this situation.
Any other questions for Mr. Witt?
I just have a comment. Thank you, Doug. You're such a good teacher.
You're welcome.
Yeah, explain it all.
I'm hoping I answered that last question sufficiently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so before you, any other questions? If there's not, then when it comes time to make a motion again, you're adopting an order authorizing the issuance of that amount of bonds that I just mentioned. You're delegating authority to the administration, and we'll be entering the bond market roughly the first week of May.
Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item A.
I move to adopt an order authorizing the issuance of school building bonds, establishing the parameters for the sale of the bonds, and delegating authority to the administration to approve the sale and execute the final documents.
Motion by Mr. McCutcheon,
Second.
second by Mr. Starnader. I'm sorry, Ms. Timmerman, I'm sorry. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next action item will be consideration with possible action to adopt a 3-tiered transportation arrival and dismissal schedule for WISD campuses. Dr. Averett?
There we go. Now it's going. Fine. Woke up.
That's tough following that guy. He is brilliantly smart. So thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Hollingsworth. As you remember, we came and visited last month about the proposal to shift our district from a two-tiered transportation and arrival and dismissal schedule to a three-tiered transportation and arrival and dismissal schedule. Again, currently we are on a two-tier. That means we have our elementary schools arrive at one time and dismiss at another time. Then 45 minutes later, our secondary campuses start classes, and then they have to have a dismissal later than that. This schedule does present significant challenges to us. It does utilize every single one of our available buses, our equipment, and as you know, over the past year, we have had challenges with that. This creates limits in our system, limits with the ability to take field trips with our students, to have buses available at the end of the day for extracurricular activities, because all of our buses are needed to run routes. It's also been pretty challenging as some of our fleet is aging, and we have ordered buses and actually received some, but as you know, it takes a long time to build a bus. It takes a long time for us to get buses in. So I want to talk about some of the benefits of moving to a three-tiered system. Number one, we did gather up a representative group of folks, principals from elementary and secondary campuses, Fine Arts Director Sean Cagle, at the time interim athletic director Shane Tollison, along with Coach Villers and other members of our athletic department. And we met multiple occasions to talk about this process and to decide kind of where we wanted to go. So one of the benefits of moving to a three-tiered system is that, as I said earlier, one of the challenges is not having equipment available during the day and immediately after school, because it's all being used, is that we would have buses available for extracurricular activities, for field trips during the day. I mentioned last meeting, because of the constraints of our equipment, it's very difficult for us to get very far outside of our district for any length of time before we have to come back, so those buses are available to run routes. As one of our elementary principals said, and I'll say it again, you know, we've been to the Dallas Zoo. That's about as far as we can get without having to be there and then come right back. So that's one, obviously, one big benefit. A significant cost savings, and I'm going to kind of turn the mic over to Christian Grippa and let him talk about how this utilizes number one, our equipment. It basically adds to our equipment, and then I want him to talk about our driver use, because that was a question that was asked, whether our drivers have to run 3 routes or 2 routes. So we should talk about that, please.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. H. The question was asked last time because I think that it's very common to think we're going to a 3-tier, so now everybody does 33% more work. Everybody does a 3rd tier. But the reality is we still do 2 tiers, we just do it in a different shift. All of our drivers must do elementary, but half of them will do a junior high run, and then half of them will do a high school run. But because of the timing difference, it allows our equipment to be available when we need them for field trips, when we need them for daytime stuff, UIL stuff, things like that. It opens up the equipment that we have to be a campus of choice and get our kids to different places and do things both for educational purposes, but also outside UIL stuff as well. With that being said, the 2-shift system really only works in a certain way. We have to have all of our staff drive elementary, and then half does junior high and half does high school. How that plays out determines what we have discussed for our schedule, where half of our staff will do a junior high and then elementary, and then half of our staff will do an elementary and high school. If it's not in that format, that timing, we have at least half of our staff waiting to do another route. And it's very difficult to say, hey, take an unpaid 35-minute break while you wait for your next thing to do. So for the transportation side, that's kind of how that works. That's why I will open up probably 20 buses early in the morning after we drop off elementary. They can start getting on field trips. We can start transporting our kids to different campuses. And it also opens them up late, early in the afternoon for field trips to come back, utilize buses still taking our kids to different campuses. And then for field trips after school, we will get our kids buses that they want to go to any UIL activity probably a good hour before we've been able to get it to them before with drivers, as opposed to trying to find coaches to drive.
So, Christian, if I'm correct, and I want to make sure that the board is following with this, because this is something that we didn't have in our presentation in March, and I want to make sure that this is clear. So, the way you have it arranged, I drive a route. I'm going to come in. I drive a junior high route in that first segment, and then I'm going to run that elementary route.
Yes.
And then I'm finished for my morning.
And then
correct?
You're done.
Okay.
Yes.
Other drivers are going to come in, and we're all going to have an elementary route. So I'm going to run it. The other driver comes in. David comes in. He drives his elementary route, and then he drives the high school route. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we reversed it, so if I put elementary first, which is, we heard an advocate for that today.
Yes, sir.
If I put elementary first, I'm going to drive my route for elementary, but I'm a high school driver too. So that means I'm going to sit idle during that middle route, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an
35
employee.
minutes of I gotta wait for my next run.
Correct. And so that's the piece that I needed the board to be sure and understand why that is. That was another reason we put that elementary route, set of routes in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
That was what didn't make sense to me. This makes more sense.
Okay, yes, so, and with it being broken down like that, you can see how not everybody's doing 3 different things. You know, because I think that's the most commonly thought of as, well, how is it saving money? We're all doing 3 things. Well, not necessarily.
So I want to go back and kind of just, again, kind of remind, because we went through this to the next slide real quick, but, you know, this is a proposed start and end times for our 3 tiers, our 3 campus arrival and dismissal times for students. Junior high, 7:30 to 3:05, elementary 8:05 to 3:40, and high school 8:40 to 4:15. I know there's been some questions about, you know, I know one of the comments earlier, and just looking at the schedule, that comment makes a lot of sense. You know, well, 7:30 or 7:20 is only a few minutes different. Why not just shift? Excuse me, I'm sorry, I got caught up. We start at 7:40 right now, elementary, moving to 7:30. That's only 10 minutes different. Why don't we leave it the same? I think Mr. Grippa pretty effectively explained that. Also, another main concern that we have, it's a concern now, and it will be even more a concern, to shift elementary students 10 minutes earlier in the day. It's just a safety issue that our transportation department is very concerned about. Younger children, smaller children, less visible people out waiting at a bus stop and in the earlier morning. It just is something that is it's scary. So that they're trying to avoid that. And that, to be honest, not to use a bad word, or I'm not trying to be alarmist, but it is scary to think about that. So that is another reason. There's been some talk, you know, why not high school first? We know that Mansfield runs high school first. When we sat down and talked in our committee group, we looked at several different factors. Obviously, extracurriculars are very important in our district. Athletics is very important. Band is very important. The fact that we have in academics is very important. We have multiple students involved in 0-hour academic courses that meet in the morning prior to school starting today. I mean, I have one that lives in my house that does the same thing. Does every morning 7:30 is when her 0-hour class. Think about how early that would be if we shift high school first to a 7:30 start. And the thought was initially, well, we'll just flip that to a 9th hour. As we thought and talked through that, as a student stays to a 9th hour, well, we know when extracurricular things a lot of times happen. They happen after school. And if the school's out, the extracurricular activities going on, practices, rehearsals, whatever, having that 9th hour is just not exactly as logistically easy as having it in the morning. It's going to be a conflict. So several factors involved there. I know we also heard a reference to research, and I can't quote the research study that I read, but
we do know that adolescent circadian rhythms are different than adults. Some adults stick with their adolescent circadian rhythms, but we know that high school kids tend to function better a little bit later in the morning. I know that junior high kids are teenagers, but at the same time, we also have high school students who are involved in things later in the day, and we also know that many of them do work, and they work after school. And so starting a little bit later does help that for them too. So anyway, I'm here to answer any questions. I do have a few other, frequently asked questions that we were asking. How does this impact junior high extracurricular activities? I do have some backup with me. I do have Coach Towson, Coach Rogers, and Mr. Cagle. If we have any questions of them, they'll be happy to come up and talk. But we have looked at, will that mean our junior high athletics would have to start a little earlier? The answer is yes. I'm told by our athletic staff that a 6:15 report start is not typically abnormal for junior high. What they're looking for in the morning, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, if I say anything wrong football-wise, these guys are the experts. What they're really looking for is about a 40 to 45-minute period, offense, defense. I'm talking football right now, but that's in the morning. And we know not to put added emphasis on just one sport, but we also know that particular sport takes a little more time to get transitioned into and out of equipment. Okay, it takes a little more time to get transitioned into and out of the field house and the field of play and back and forth versus a court sport. How would this impact band sectionals? That question was asked as well. With a dismissal time of 3:05, band sectionals could obviously occur immediately following after school. In fact, they already do now, and sometimes they happen in the morning. We could shift that to the afternoon. We believe that would not be a problem after we've talked to our fine arts folks. Tennis is another question that was asked. Right now, all of our junior high tennis does meet at Coleman. That's where the junior high courts are. I'm talking to our tennis coach. His plan would be for actually junior high tennis to report to WHS, have practice in the morning, about a 6:30 start. We have lighted courts there, and then they would be transported to their home campus after that, because their athletic period would be first period. So again, I've been doing a lot of talking, but I'm here to answer any questions. If there's a specific question from one of our other experts, I'll be happy to have them come up. And I appreciate your time and your consideration.
How many additional buses would we need if we stayed on a two-tier system, just out of curiosity?
In order for us to do
Come to the mic.
In order for us to do what we'll be able to do with a three-tier system, we would need a minimum of
No, if we remained on a two-tier system, how many additional buses would we need to effectively do what we would need to do?
At minimum, I'd say 8. We would probably need 10 if we were going to do it right.
I have a question. It's for Dr. Averett. It's just, I'm hearing a lot from the public, and I wonder if there's any way we could look into, check out how we could do it, work with the Y, whatever, but provide some kind of facility hub for those teachers and the public that have a real problem, like the woman said. She cannot leave Waxahachie at 7:30 and get to work. So maybe if we could look into something to accommodate them, that would make it a better sell, make it a better. I'm behind the three-tier system.
Sure.
I have a real problem with.
I mean, you have some elementary students that are dropped off now before the school opens.
Right. Yeah.
So, now they could be standing out there even longer. That's my concern as well. How do we address that?
I think that's a good question, and I have no problem with us entertaining and talking to the Y. I know they've been great partners, particularly for after-school care on some of our campuses. One of those things we could do is, we have folks that are on duty. We can shift an individual's duty schedule during the day. They may could be an early arrival and an early departure duty schedule to help kind of manage that if that's necessary. I believe in our principals. I believe they're creative, and I believe they'll find ways to make things work if we have that kind of an issue. But I'm definitely open to that.
I would feel more comfortable if that was an option. If the doors open earlier, and if you needed to shift schedule, that way mom can still drop kid off at school, him not have to wait outside till the doors open until 7:30, and know that they're inside a building being watched by an adult.
I know that in some of our PD offerings that we've had for staff, et cetera, we've found the Y to be really good partners with us, and that's the kind of organization that we can partner with to find some options that are really low cost and easily available to our families. We will absolutely explore those.
Yeah, I'd just like to see the options be available. I mean, you know,
Yes,
as to explore it, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And to President Autry's point, I mean, I do think we can make shifts in daily schedules to make sure we're covered. Sometimes that means an admin team that's there early. You know, that's what happens now.
I just think that needs to be a concentrated effort for us to figure out how to accommodate that age group. I don't know, is it 15 minutes, 30, I don't know. But that's, I know everyone up here received the same email as I did, and that seemed to be the one area of concern.
Yes, sir.
Were parents ever asked their opinion?
I personally like the suggestion of switching around the schedules, because that would be no cost to the parents. I hate to throw costs on the parents with the why, because that does cost money. But I like shifting schedules.
We can absolutely work with our principals, Ms. Timmerman, to find some options, looking at how we have our current staff, because we have control over that. And I can tell you as a high school principal, I always had staff who wanted to be there early, and they're early on a daily basis, and some of them we can flex and get them out earlier. I will tell you another thing that we have talked about is looking at one place we have some discretion is relative to our overall duty day requirements that we have for our teachers. We have one of the longer duty day requirements as we compare ourselves to our peers. There's several of our peers that have flexed that, and that's a shorter duty day. That's one way that we can work with our staff as we change these hours on them.
Yes, I just wanted to throw it out there that we need to be looking at something to accommodate these parents. And I just threw out the why, but of course, on campus would be fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything we can do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Grip, I had a question for you. You have experience in a previous district running a three-tier system?
2 previous districts, yes, sir.
Okay.
One of them was high school, elementary, middle school, and the other one was elementary, middle, high school, but they were both 3-tier, yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think this is a Hail Mary on the behalf of our administration trying to fix something. I think that it's truly something that as we grow, we're going to have to transition to. And just like in my line of work, if I go to my city manager and propose something, then I have to be accountable for that. And unless I'm mistaken, none of us up here are bus route experts. We have to rely on you.
Sure.
To know that this is not just a Hail Mary, that you actually believe in it and trust it and confident that it's going to work. But also, if it doesn't, you know, there's accountability there. So I get the feel that you know, our administration believes in this, and I'm not an expert. I don't keep track of 64 bus routes. I can't account for what the best way to do that is.
Sure.
So I just want to say that, you know, we have to trust you guys because y'all are the experts.
Right. And I appreciate that, and that has not been taken lightly. We know that as well. And every district is a little bit different, and every community is a little bit different. And the way that we find this works the best, we kind of rely on best decisions we can make for the whole, but that has not been taken lightly.
Well, just like rezoning, it's not going to please everybody.
Sure, sure.
But we have to look at what's best for the majority and entirety. So, you know, we do the best we can in that regard.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the trust, but I mean, I can't express enough that there's been so many hours put in by so many different parts of this to try to make sure we've done the best for our community, and so, yeah, we haven't taken that lightly.
And I'll elaborate a little bit that I'm going to trust that we're going to look at a system to where we will have the ability for our elementary kids to enter the building earlier.
Well, I would say that we absolutely are, because we already have, in the sense that We already have partnered with the YMCA after school. You know, that question is still two different sides of the same coin. For each parent that goes, man, I have a problem early, there are the parent that's go, man, I have a problem later.
Sure.
And so Waxahachie ISD has already, hey, look, we're gonna partner with YMCA, we're gonna do this, that, to take care of our community. To do this on the other end is just gonna be another feather in the cap of we will take care of our community and it will be done properly.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item B as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Timmerman. Second by Mr. Rogers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-1.
I'm not against it in theory, I'll go on record, I just want to see a plan for elementary school kids in writing and finalized.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Schofield. Thank you, Board.
Okay, action item C, with consideration of possible action to approve the rule of classroom facilitator designation to help retain and support zero-year staff seeking an alternative certification.
Hello, Board. We're bringing you the role of classroom facilitator for approval to help retain and support our zero-year staff seeking an alternative certification. The role would allow those who have enrolled in an alternative certification program but do not yet have an intern or probationary certificate to be full-time staff members who receive benefits. Currently, these folks are long-term subs who receive no benefits. Their salary will be $40,000, and candidates must hold a bachelor's degree and be enrolled in an alternative certification program. They'll receive support from both campus and district mentors, and candidates will move to the status of teacher once they've completed requirements to receive a certification. This slide will show you the timelines for the individuals who would be hired under this role. And our expectation would not change in the sense that we would expect them to receive that statement of eligibility prior to spring break each year. The role is meant to be temporary and to move them to teacher status as quickly as possible.
I'm sorry, Ms. Burkhalter, is this planned for this year or is this something
This would
for
be
the
with our
future?
24-25 hires
Okay.
in the future.
Okay. So we're going to continue to try to recruit
Absolutely.
Certified teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is just in case we can't.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item C as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. McCutcheon. Have a second? Second by Mr. Schofield. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, action item D, consideration with possible action to approve a proposed amendment to WISD Board Policy FM Local regarding the potential scheduling of school activities on Sundays.
Mr. President, I want to make a very simple suggested amendment, proposed amendment to FM Local. Currently, FM Local reads, insofar as possible, school activities shall not be scheduled on Wednesday nights and Sundays. School activities scheduled for Sundays shall be restricted to those having to do with graduation exercises and those of an emergency nature, which shall be approved by the superintendent or designee. We are proposing that we remove the verbiage that states shall be restricted to those having to do with graduation exercises and those of an emergency nature, simply to give ourselves the ability, when needed, to draw exceptions to that. It is not intended to be in any way liberal with the use of that. We know that that does not match up with our community's values. We simply want to have the ability to be able to do that in certain cases that benefit our kids. If we have activities, tournaments, et cetera, that we feel like will specifically benefit large groups of Waxahachie kids, then that's something that we have the ability to be able to draw an exception to.
Questions for Dr. Hollingsworth?
I just have a statement. Dr. Hollingsworth, I'd really like to see it very limited. I do not want to see staff, our staff, working on Sundays. That idea as a former teacher, that just I don't know, it just is unreal to me to think of our staff having to work on a Sunday. But I'd like to see it very limited, because the thought of mainly because of our staff. And I know there's opportunities for kids, and that's great, and I know that some people don't have the same ideas I do about it, but I do think that most of our staff like to either go to church or be off on Sundays, so.
Yes,
anyway.
ma'am. And I want to agree with you, and I'll tell you that it says, insofar as possible, school activities shall not be scheduled on Wednesday nights and Sundays. And that's still, that verbiage would still be in place. It gives us a little bit of flexibility to be able to make such changes. But yes, ma'am.
Those decisions could be made on whether to approve or deny it based on staff availability.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item D as presented. Motion by Mr. Starnader, the second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Rogers. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Our last action item will be consideration and possible action regarding reports.
I move that the board authorize the board president, with the assistance of our board's legal counsel, to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Motion by Mr. Rogers.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Tillman. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, the board's going to reconvene back into closed session according to section 551.001 at sec of the Texas Government Code. It is now 9:10 p.m. 44, the board is going to reconvene back into open session. Last thing on our agenda would be our comments from individual board members. Is there any individual that would like to say anything this evening?
I have one really quick thing to say, just that Ruthie Sutton was a wonderful educator, and she's going to be missed in our community. And that's severely cutting down what I had to say. But
Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
so moved.
Motion by Mrs. Kriegel, second by
Second.
Mrs. Timmerman. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.